Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Opera GX, the dynamic browser that's ready, able, and willing to replace your old standbys like Chrome and Safari. Using Opera GX won't throw you off of MSIE or Netscape, no, because they're already dead. But it will give you a useful and high-powered replacement for more recent offerings from Google, Apple, and so on. Indeed, Opera GX is more than a browser, with a ton of built-in features that would have to be downloaded, run, and even typically paid for separately, but which are all merely part of Opera GX's native feature set. To start using Opera's Opera GX browser for yourself, head to operagx.gg/sacred symbols today. That's operagx.gg/SACRED-SYMBOLS. Again, to finally ditch Chrome, Safari, or whatever old browser you might currently be using, head to operagx.gg/sacred symbols. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 356. My name is Colin Moriarty. Garrett Shelton wrote into us on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia, and he says, "Hey guys, Monday night I had a dream. The three of you were in it, though the only concrete memories I have are of Colin. I woke up from this and jotted down the key parts I remembered so they would not fade minutes after waking, as all of my dreams do. You were doing one of your live events I've heard you guys speak of before I became a listener. However, for some reason you were teaching CPR while on break. You had us practicing on a balloon. My hands kept slipping off the balloon, and Colin, closely watching me, kept disappointingly saying things like, nope, or that won't do. He was kneeling down next to me while he was doing all this, and he let out a fart. Myself and a couple of other people waiting for their turn to attempt balloon CPR started to smile and laugh about this, thinking without a doubt he would himself acknowledge and take ownership of the fart. He did not. He then got a somewhat crabby look on his face and dismissed me, saying I would have to try again later. So there you have it. My first and hopefully last stream of the guys I've been watching and listening to for about a year now. Here's to many more." Garrett, thank you for writing in. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm doing okay. I always feel weird when people are like, "Oh man, I had a dream and you were in it," because it feels like they're using my IP.
Yeah, right.
Like it just kind of feels like, well, what gives you the right to puppeteer me around in your own little stories in your own head?
Yeah, I don't like that either. You never really know what you're doing in the dream. You have no control, obviously. So it goes back to the joke we bring up sometimes of like women getting mad when they have a dream that you cheated on them or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what am I supposed to do about that? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. There's only so much.
Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
Man, I'm not doing great, but not horrible. And this is, I mean, it's almost always self-inflicted. Last night, sometimes the boys like to do wing night. We really like this shitty dive bar. It's about 20 minutes from my house. They have a great wing night. But last night we decided, based on the novelty, Buffalo Wild Wings brought back all you can eat. And of course, me being an American, like this is a challenge. See how many you can eat. And it was me, my dad, Ben, and Brandon. And me, Ben, and my dad all ate the same amount. Brandon bitched out though on the last order. So I've been expelling some demons throughout the day though because of that.
Expelling some.
But it was worth it. I feel good. Well, I feel better, I should say. I feel better than I felt this morning from all that. So as far as the dreams thing, I was thinking, I mean, it makes sense that we are appearing in people's dreams. I mean, some people probably hear us and spend quote unquote time with us more than they spend with their own family. So,
yeah,
and maybe even, I wonder what happens if you fall asleep listening to this podcast. That's got to be bad news.
That's bad news bears.
Yeah.
I hate when people say that.
Why? It's such a specific phrase to have an issue with.
It's like, well, why are we saying that's bad news bears?
I don't know why that. Like,
people say that.
I've heard that my entire life, and I'm not really sure what the real etymology of that is.
Yeah, I mean, the Bad News Bears were like, that's obviously a baseball movie, but like, what was that a term before that was a movie? Was that like and then, it was like kind of a double entendre. And so that was what was attractive to people seeing it. I couldn't really tell you, to be honest. Wasn't that movie? I haven't seen that movie in a really long time. I think that movie's from the 70s. Isn't one of the characters like a woman or girl who's like really good?
I think,
the game. Have you guys seen it?
That sounds about right for
she's
that
like the only
time.
good player or whatever is like actually a girl. I'm pretty sure that I'm thinking of the right movie.
Oh, she's the only good player on the team, and she's a woman.
Yeah, I
think
that was one of the. I thought that was one of the storylines in it, but it's been a long time.
Yeah. I was thinking of I guess I didn't know there was a 1976, but there's, I guess, a remake from 2005 directed by Richard Linklater. Never seen it, but I do like Richard Linklater as a director.
Yeah, I never saw that either. Yeah, the 70s one I remember.
What did Richard Linklater do again? Like that name sounds mega familiar.
Very diverse. He's done School of Rock.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And he did that Boyhood movie. And one of my all-time favorites, Low Key, the Before Sunset, Sunrise, Midnight trilogy. These are all vastly different types of movies.
That's kind of nuts. That's a very weird filmography. But yeah, I remember that Boyhood movie. I remember specifically coming out of that Boyhood movie being like, I don't know if I like that movie, but that was like wild to experience.
No, it wasn't really that good.
No,
but it was a very interesting achievement, and for that I appreciated it.
Yeah, I remember specifically just like when they were representing his room in like 2002 or whatever, and being like, that is exactly my room in 2002.
Yeah.
And it was like weird. It was weird. It was really surreal seeing like accurate set dressing or like a painfully accurate set in a movie. And it's because it just was accurate. Right. Because they shot it back then. Interesting.
It was a neat idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Dragon Ball Z posters everywhere. It was crazy.
Yeah. It's funny you say this because I was watching, there was a scene going around recently from No Country for Old Men, which is the film version of the wonderful Cormac McCarthy novel. Highly recommended. Dagan and I did a knockback on both the movie and the book a couple of years ago, I think. And I was do you know Anton Sugar, the bad guy in it who uses like the cattle thing? Have you guys seen the movie or read the book?
Nope.
He's super awesome, but there's a famous scene where he's asking the guy to flip the coin and call the coin flip in the store or whatever, in like a gas station. And that scene was just going around, so I was watching it. And then the book takes place, I think, in 1980 or 81 or something. And then I was looking at it, and everything seemed fine. But then there was like in the distance, in the background of the convenience store, was Jack Link's beef jerky or whatever. And I'm like, no, that didn't exist. There's no way. I don't even have to look. That wasn't that wasn't a thing then.
Yeah.
And they missed it, and they ruined the entire scene for me because of that. Now I can never watch the movie again. I did watch, YouTube has movies, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you have premium, I guess, I don't know if it's there for everybody, but so I watched, I've seen both of these movies. One of them I've seen many times, but over the last 4 nights, so 2 nights each, I was watching, first I watched Arrival, the 2016 film. I like that movie a lot.
Amazing.
I still haven't seen that movie.
And it's really, really good. Very heady and interesting. And then I watched Contact, which is a movie I absolutely adore from my childhood. And Carl Sagan, of course, wrote the book. So I've been watching a couple films, although quite interrelated, actually. I guess that's why one was recommended to me after the other. But all right. Well, it's good to be here with you guys today. I have to, after we record this today, I got to wind down, pack. I'm going to Massachusetts for a couple days. And then I'll be back. So I'm leaving tomorrow, Friday, like early afternoon. And then I'll be back Sunday, like early evening. And so it can be a quick trip. But so I have a lot of things going on, a lot of things on the mind. I went to the mall yesterday.
Whoa.
I had to get a tie. And I ended up getting a bathing suit as well. And I walked around and I went to the food court. I got Chick-fil-A at the food court. Micah got do you say Auntie Anne's or Auntie Anne's?
I'd say Auntie.
Yeah.
I say Annie Ann's.
Yeah, that's what I say too, but you never know. So then we got some of those and it was nice. Oh, good.
I have a few questions. First of all, if you don't mind disclosing, what mall was it? Because this might be part of the
Oh.
Christology.
Oh yeah. Let me, Micah.
Dude.
Hold on, I have
That's
a
the
receipt.
first thing
I'll
I thought of. I
I'll
was like, I
find it.
wonder
Hold
if
on, I
it's
have a
one of the
receipt. I'll find it.
malls that Christian got
Did you-
booted
did
out
you-
of.
Yeah, what?
Did you see Dustin that like he did like a Sonichu animated series?
Oh no, that was Geno Samuel, and I
Right.
did watch that. Yeah,
Chesterfield Town Center.
that what do you think, Chris?
Chesterfield Town Center? That sounds right. Like, but like I don't remember. I was like 80% into this, but like the finer details are lost on me. I gotta be real. Like where things happened, I don't know.
Let's see. I'm
is it
looking at
sounds
the
right,
wiki.
though. Chesterfield Town Center sounds.
Oh yeah, there's a section here on May 3rd, 2023, for the third time in a row. Chris was spotted outside Donato's Pizza at Chesterfield Town Center in Chesterfield County. Such recent. I thought
Very exciting.
That is so damn funny. I love that you live that close to that.
Yeah, that's like, it's my town. I mean, Chesterfield's my county. That's funny, scary.
Yeah.
Enrapturing, invigorating.
I'm sad
all sorts of things.
I'm sad that Carl Sagan couldn't live long enough to narrate Geno Samuel's documentary.
Me too.
I feel like that would have been something.
Me too. I'm just sad Carl Sagan died so young. Like he could still really be around. I think he would be really old now. But
Maybe
like I was into astronomy as a very little kid, and he was already dead basically. Because I want to say he died in the mid '90s, something like that.
I feel like that's true.
Because he wrote, he did Cosmos in the '80s, and then he wrote Contact and did a bunch of things. Micah didn't really know who he was, and I was saying, I'm like, he was kind of like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of the '70s and '80s. Like he was massively influential in the Voyager probe and like all these random things. Like he's the one who helped design all the gold plate and the gold record and all the kind of shit we put on the probes in case aliens find them. He's super cool. He was way ahead of his time. But
yeah, I love his speech, the way he spoke.
Yeah, he's great.
It was always really fascinating to me. It's why I wish he was still around.
Yeah, if people haven't watched, it must be on YouTube, but Cosmos is excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, look at this pale, disgusting blue dot. All of these gross gamers all over it.
Gross gamers.
Gross gamers, shining bright with their porcelain skin. He's so great.
So I've been now a few times to the mall that he's also been to.
Yeah.
Now, is this the mall where he had like didn't he have an encounter with a Santa or something when he was a kid? Or there was like something that happened early in the videos and he was at a mall. I don't remember what it was. I wonder if it's the same place. You know,
this feels too early in the show to go.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. It's good to be here with all of you guys today for our weekly PlayStation podcast, our show. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia, like nearly 13,000 of you do. We really appreciate your monthly subscriptions there. You can join us at any tier you'd like. I think there are 5 options. $5 a month is the sweet spot. That's where most people like to be. That gets you early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all the other shows in our network, including the Xbox show Defining Duke and the Nintendo show Punching Up and our conversational podcast Constellation and our gameplay podcast and game discussion podcast Summon Sign, which I was just on as well. And so on and so forth. You also get RSS access, Spotify access. So if you want to just use, an RSS feed or use Spotify to listen to the early access ad-free shows, you can do that without ever logging into Patreon. You'll get access to our Discord. If you like the madness, you can submit inquiries to the show on the weekly threads on the newsfeed if you're interested. And of course, Sacred Symbols Plus each and every week over on Patreon for our patrons. That's a supplement. And in addition to every episode of Sacred Symbols, recent episodes include a deep dive into Atomfall, the new Rebellion mystical open world shooter. We did another discussion on Split Fiction. And I had Rick Hogan to talk about some legal matters. We had David Jaffe on recently, Destin Legary on recently. I had Thomas Mahler on, the CEO and founder of Moon Studios. We had an interesting 2-hour conversation. And I thought it was really great. People really received it well. So go check that out as well. This weekend, from when we're publishing on Patreon, we'll go live our extensive Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 discussion, review discussion, and spoiler cast. So please look forward to that. And I have some exciting things lined up. Some interviews lined up for May. that I think people are really going to enjoy. I'm very excited to reveal those when the time comes. But you know me. I like to keep everything close to the vest. Dua Lipa Step on Me. Am I saying her name right? I've never actually said it.
It sounded right to me, but
That sounds right, yeah. Dua Lipa.
Can't be positive.
Howdy, dudes. Colin, I just wanted to give you your flowers for that incredible episode with Thomas Maller. That shit had me ready to run through a brick wall for Moon Studios. I loved his honesty, and his passion for video games was tangible. These episodes with game devs are some of my favorites, and it's nice to hear from people actually in the trenches. Hope to hear more of these soon. Take care now, y'all. You definitely will. I'm already in contact with some interesting people. So, but yeah, really interesting to learn more about Moon Studios, and I think people will enjoy that conversation. We talked about Ori on PlayStation, so people might want to listen to that. Although he's not really able to talk about it, I think you can read between the lines personally that's an inevitability. Because I was telling him, I'm like, you will be good for hundreds of thousands of new sales, I would assume, if you release those games. I mean, that's nice free money for you in the tens of millions. So there's that. We also, I mean, the most fascinating part of the conversation, in my opinion, was talking about how Moon Studios never sold out and the different opportunities that availed themselves. Because as I said on another show, I think it might have been when I was with Brad on Summon Sign, I was saying that like, I basically didn't confront him, but I basically just said, I was like, Microsoft obviously tried to buy you, right? So like, why not take the money? And we talk about that. And he has a really interesting answer about like, why would that much money even change his life at this point? And it's a pretty candid answer. He's like, yeah, I make $20-30 million. And then what? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, if someone was going to give me $30 million, I'd disappear off the face of the planet and you'd never see me again. But teach his own, Thomas Maller. Go enjoy that conversation on patreon.com/laststandmedia right now. Never Know Sam wrote in and said, hello, I don't know if this is something I made up or something you've already discussed before, but I thought it would be worth bringing up anyway. I think a Sacred Symbols Plus episode where you look at each other's or listeners' PSN profiles and make judgments about the games they play, the trophies they have or don't have, and how long they've played certain games for, I think it would be pretty funny. Thanks. Yeah, we could do something like that at some point. The problem with this is I don't want to solicit that stuff because then people are it's self-selecting. You'd really have to have other people reporting on other people, informing on them. Like we're in North Korea, perhaps. Something to consider, though, for the future of Sacred Symbols Plus. Merch, laststandmedia.store. T-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, hats, and so on and so forth. Free shipping on all stickers here in these United States. And all of our merch is made in America, except for one shirt we sell, which is made in Honduras, but printed in America. I can deal with that. Please leave nice reviews on podcast services. Leave a comment on the video if you'd like. You can follow us on YouTube. You can do whatever you want, really. But patreon.com/laststandmedia is where we'd love to see you. My friends, let's get into topics of discussion before we get into the games news. Then we'll get into what we're playing. Then we'll finish the show with more listener inquiries. But let's start with the off-topic stuff first. Dick Whiskey wrote in and said, gents, considering all the Last Stand employees, who would be the easiest to replace with an Android or AI if you had to? And do you think Colin and or the fans of LSM would show disdain towards this body double or turn on them due to their hatred of AI? Or would this hypothetical situation be the push we all need to bridge the gap between human and machine working in harmony forevermore? Or is this just how Skynet begins in real time, ushering in a future of Terminators? Stay frosty. I don't see this turning into a Skynet situation particularly. I've said before, I'm going to be a robot racist. Like there's just no, I'm telling you now, I'm like literally putting it on video now so that you can consult it in the future. And I've said it many times, like I'm not going to treat the robots with any respect. Right. I'll make them do things for me. I'll ask them to do things. I'll take advantage of them. But, and I don't mean in a dirty way, by the way, none of that. You fucking freaks. I'll take advantage of them, say like, drive me somewhere, go do something for me, mow the lawn.
Right.
But then I'm going to like be like shut down and go crawl under the deck because you're a robot.
Crawl
you're not
under
real. You're not real. Dustin, who should we replace with AI?
I mean, I wish we could replace me fully with AI to edit all the shows. That'd be sick. But probably not possible for a while. But who knows? I might be out of a job in the next few years. This progress keeps up.
You might.
I mean, I think we've talked about this before. That for all the audience knows, we could be AI right now, and maybe they just don't know.
What I was thinking about this was that I probably have by far the most hours spoken into a microphone that an AI or a computer can spider.
Sure.
And so I think I would actually be the easiest to make into a compelling AI because there's so much. An AI version of me could probably do the show forever.
Yeah,
say exactly what I'm going to say. So in some case, it would be like replacing me would be the easiest option, actually. Sorry you wanted to replace yourself, Dustin. I know you want to live a free and carefree life on the beach. It
would be tough. I would like to replace that part, but then it would negate my reason for being here. So then I'd be, poor and homeless. So doesn't really work out now that I think about it.
Chris, who should we replace with AI?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of who should we replace with AI. I'm trying to think of who. I would say it would be nice to just kind of like, it would be crazy if I could make an AI version of myself and then just kind of like put it in front of the screen on like an iPad or something and like pretend to be on the show and just be on the side, like just watching to see how accurate it could be.
Right.
But then I would just have a job as like an AI monitor at that point, which
is
not
an AI to monitor fun. The AI.
Right.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
He's thinking with portals. I think, I don't know. We all do the same thing kind of on the show. We speak into the microphone.
Right.
So like, I don't know if there's anybody that would be more or less replaceable. I think Colin is right though. Like he has probably the most, although I think between the amount of, actually, I don't know. I think a lot of us probably have an insane, you're definitely higher up for sure because of how many years you've been doing it.
Yeah, just by virtue of time, that's it.
Yeah. But there's an insane amount of audio of me as well. Yeah, I guess a more interesting question is like, who would be the most difficult to replace in that sense? Who would be the hardest to get an accurate AI model working off of?
Maybe Micah, because
I was going to say Micah.
Because she's the most wily and like unpredictable in some sense. And AI works on patterns.
That is true.
Like I'm very predictable, so I think it would have me figured out. And one day we'll find out, because I'll retire. I'll license Sacred Symbols to some fucking offshore AI company that's doing illegal shit. Be like, make Sacred Symbols, send me half the money.
Yeah.
Send Chris and Dustin a little something, but not too much. I don't want them to be too comfortable.
Just make an AI prompt and say, all right, let's make Colin have Colin talk about all the news in PlayStation that happened this week. Make sure to say these following phrases. In some sense, let's go around the horn. And how could this be?
Yeah.
How could this be?
It's funny. So we use Zencastr to record this show, but we used to use a service called Riverside. Mm-hmm. And I was peeping around in Riverside about the new features.
This is because Thomas Mahler couldn't get into Zencastr for some reason. Like he couldn't do it, which
Something
was really
did
weird.
not work.
And it kind of scares the shit out of me a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
But this is going to happen in the future again. But,
well, it's easy to make an account and set up if we need to. We have backup.
Yeah.
But one of the features they offer is that so whoever is the account holder, it will create an AI version of their voice, and you can have it it advertises, it can do ad reads for you, where you just put in the copy and then the voice will just do it. I thought,
that's crazy.
I'm sure the advertisers love that. Like, I'm sure that they have no problem with not even doing the thing that you're being paid to do.
Yeah.
Just wild. But
yeah, it is. I mean, I talked to you in the past because I want to try to update the credits more. I update the credits to the show. There's not a lot of churn in the credits. So like really being every 4 weeks is almost a waste of time. And I remember saying to you, I'm like, can I just have AI read the credits? And then we can just have them updated like every show if we wanted to. Yeah. And you were like, no, I don't think anyone's going to really like that.
I just think the AI could not do the names right.
No,
and also, I think people wouldn't like it.
No, they wouldn't like it either. They wouldn't like it either. And you shouldn't like it. I mean, it's the least I can do. Well, is it the least I can do? I mean, it's the least I can do, I guess. Come to think of it. All right. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Opera GX, the dynamic browser that's ready, able, and willing to replace your old standbys like Chrome and Safari. Learn more for yourself and download it for free at operagx.gg/sacred symbols. When the Norwegian company Opera launched its self-titled browser some 30 years ago, the competition in the space was far different, with the likes of Netscape Navigator and Microsoft Internet Explorer occupying people's CRTs. I mean, I remember. Fast forward a few decades, though, and the competitors are largely different. I say largely because Opera is still very much in the trenches, especially with Opera GX. aimed specifically at gamers and those looking for a more dynamic, modular, and multi-operational browser. Using Opera GX won't throw you off of MSIE or Netscape, no, because they're already dead, but it will give you a useful and high-powered replacement for more recent offerings from Google, Apple, and so on. Indeed, Opera GX is more than a browser, with a ton of built-in features that would have to be downloaded, run, and even typically paid for separately, but which are all merely part of Opera GX's native feature set. We're not only talking about mods here, thousands of customizable options for Opera GX that can tweak your experience in loud and silent ways alike. You can even import your mods from the likes of Chrome, which will all work on Opera GX, negating a major headache. Heck, you can import your browsing history, bookmarks, cookies, and more to Opera GX from your current outdated browser. And if you're a gamer running tons of tabs in the background while you play, you can use Opera GX to limit CPU and RAM usage, while built-in ChatGPT functionality presents you with the power of AI without having to do much of anything. Oh, and if you use separate ad blockers and/or VPN programs, well, that's awesome. But what's even more awesome is that Opera GX has both pieces of functionality built in for all and for free. So really, what are you waiting for? To start using Opera's Opera GX browser for yourself, head to operagx.gg/sacred symbols today. That's operagx.gg/sacred/symbols. Again, to finally ditch Chrome, Safari, or whatever old browser you might currently be using, head to operagx.gg/sacred symbols. Chris wrote in, said, hello CDC, woman crying in the bathroom part 2. I'll attempt to be concise, answer any lingering questions, and provide more context. Dustin, I appreciate your sentiment of not fucking it up after putting her through all of this. I'll do my best. I made sure to read the previous message to her before posting to ensure she was okay with it. She just laughed and said, okay. The fallout, it was clear she was upset after returning from the bathroom. Did I see her tears? No. Did I consider leaving? Yes and no. Colin, her name is Nicole. All right, so this is an important piece of information, Nicole.
Mm-hmm. This is a character.
If when there's a live show, we will try to make it. She's expressed to me that she feels bad about what happened. The root of the issue is not as entertaining as the result. It was just a bad day one day. She suffers from migraines, and the morning of the show, she has been dealing with a horrible one. Then, due to my lack of preparation, we got to the show a little early, but long after a heavy lunch. Migraine plus hungry equals not good. Additional context. She was preparing for a long show since she had been exposed to the podcast before. What she was not prepared for was the pre-show. Once that ended, I remember her asking how long the main show would be, and at that moment, I knew it was not going to go well. She ate some of the pizza that was served at the venue, but it was not enough. The damage was done. After the show, I took her to eat somewhere good after picking a spot while the show was going on to ensure things didn't get worse due to the additional lack of planning on my part. Everything worked out in the end. Chris, in Kingston's dad voice. Do you want to do it?
Aw.
I asked her for a quote to share, and here it is. I did not hate the show. I should have had the forethought not to attend the show with how bad my migraine was. I apologized to my husband about how I was acting at the show while at dinner. I still find it hilarious that this moment has become such a deep part of the show's lore, end quote. I mean, it's right in the bowels of the show at this point.
Yeah.
Because that's funny as hell. I mean, but now that we have context, it's not so funny anymore. My mom suffers her whole life from chronic migraines. And it's bad. So I get it. Some ways to help it. My mom, acupuncture really worked well for my mom.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Got to be careful. Hungry women, something to be feared. Just for all the husbands and boyfriends out there, if your girl's hungry, fix that.
Just
ASAP.
women generally kind of scared.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, right? Am I wrong?
No. I mean, I don't disagree. I'm just.
Yeah, I love this additional context. Now, Chris, not Chris Raygon, Chris that wrote in.
Mm-hmm.
You were on your phone during the show?
How dare you?
I'm up there giving you my all, like performing at my height. I mean, I was in my prime. I'm not in my prime anymore. Now I was then in my prime.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Or 2.5
And you were just staring at your phone looking for some fucking place to eat in Richmond. Is that where it was? Were we in Richmond?
Yeah. That was Richmond.
So that was that episode? No.
That was
what the fuck was that? 200.
Sacred 200.
200. Jeez. All right, Chris. Well, thank you for writing in. Nicole, be well.
Yeah. She shouldn't feel bad, by the way. Also.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's funny. It's less funny now, and it's not even less funny because it was the migraine and you feel bad about it. It's just less funny to have more information.
Yeah,
no matter what the information was, it wasn't going to be as funny as what it was in my head.
Yeah, the mystery is what makes it. It's like a book. You know, it's like reading a book. It's like you fill in the gaps, kind of. And if you get too much, you see it represented on film, and you have a lot more detail kind of objectively presented to you, and then it becomes less mysterious. And it is less funny, but it is. I don't know. It's cool to have just more detail about this. I appreciate it.
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dustin.
She said she does not hate the show, but here's the thing. In that moment, she was crying in the bathroom. She absolutely did. And that's fine. What did she think about us in that moment? Was she ready to take us out? John Wilkes Booth style?
Yeah.
To end the show? She definitely hated us then. And that's okay. That's also okay.
Dude, migraines are really bad.
Yeah, they are.
They really, really suck. I get them all the time. It's really horrible.
Yeah, I am. I've always been just tuned into that because my mom would be like incapacitated, and I believe her. It's not like it's like whiny shit or whatever. It's like her whole life. So yeah, I'm lucky we don't have that. I think my sister Allie has it too, and I think they get. God, what is it? Is it? And I'm not even being facetious. Is it Botox or something that they get injected into them for headaches? Like there's something you do that would be.
I think I heard something about that
headache thing, but is actually good for your migraine. Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know if it's Botox or not.
I don't know.
It's like something you inject in yourself to ostensibly to look better, but you're doing it for this reason, for that reason. Now, I was going to say there is another piece to the lore that I think we do need a little more information on, and I don't think it would even come from Chris. Am I wrong in thinking or remembering that this information about the crying woman in the bathroom came from another listener's wife? Right?
Yeah. Yes.
And so I feel like to tie up loose ends, we need to hear back from that person, and we need that wife's name. And then we'll have probably all the information to really have the moment in amber for the rest.
Yeah, enshrined in history.
Right. The problem is someone might know what episode that the crying woman's story first began, but with it, this is the sacred wiki that needs to exist that we can catalog all this dumb shit.
I assume AI will be able to write the wiki for us at some point.
Yeah,
which is nice. Probably sooner rather than later. By the way, the NFL draft is tonight. Very exciting.
Oh.
Very exciting. See who joins the Jets. And we ruin that person's life.
Another old man.
Another old man. I remember hearing about this when I was a kid, and I used to think like, oh, people get drafted into the NFL?
Yeah.
I remember
involuntarily.
September 13th, you're up. By date. There's like the ball thing, right?
Yeah, I genuinely used to think like, oh, like obviously for I don't know how long I believe this, probably like 3 minutes, but like for a solid little period in time, I did believe like, oh, people just do they go to different schools and then just like pick random players to join the NFL? It's crazy.
Have you guys ever looked to see if you would have been drafted?
Oh
no,
that's interesting.
It was a question in my family that was never. It wasn't even a question because I was A, so blind, and B, an only child of a parent who already did it. So like, I think the answer was just no. They couldn't do it to you.
Dustin, what's your birthday?
I never got curious.
My birthday is September 7th.
September 7th. I'll remember that at some point.
I don't remember anyone's birthday, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm really horrible with it. I remember it when it coincides with other things.
Right.
Yeah, right. I remember I know my siblings' birthdays, my parents' birthdays, like my wife's birthday, and a few of friends' birthdays. Like Ramon's birthday is 2 days after mine. That's easy to remember, like you're saying. So you would have definitely been drafted, Dustin.
I'm an only child like Chris, though.
Yeah, I guess I don't really know what the situation would have been at that point. Yeah, probably would have been allowed not to be drafted. What's your birthday, Chris?
December 4th.
December 4th. That's right. That I'm closer to remembering than Dustin's, which I've already forgotten. You were drafted, but way later. Way later. Dustin would have been one of the first people to be drafted in the eighth lot. Now let's do me. October 14.
Does that mean I'm going to be in Normandy?
You were not drafted.
Oh.
No, this is for Vietnam.
Oh, for Vietnam. I thought you meant like World War II draft.
No, World War II. They wouldn't have had to draft me for World War II.
Oh.
Maybe they would have had to draft you guys because you're cowards.
How am I dying in Vietnam? What booby trap?
You're going to fall into the Viet Cong have created a pit of spikes.
Right.
And covered it very convincingly with leaves and shrubs. And you're going to fucking get stabbed 7 different ways on that thing. And they're going to find your body like a year later.
Right. Unrecognizable.
But the dog tags will be there and they'll identify you. Yeah. Man, Vietnam is crazy to think about because my dad was in the Air Force during Vietnam, and your dad was in Vietnam too, right? He was in the Army?
Yeah.
Your dad's way too young. Doesn't.
Yeah.
My dad joined the Air Force, I think, to not get drafted. My dad graduated high school in 1968. It's like, oh boy. Yeah, you're fucked. So I don't blame him for doing that. And he never left. He was a mechanic in Texas working on planes. Mm-hmm. But it's crazy to think about it through the modern lens. I saw you guys were really too young to be in it the same way, but you saw it a little bit after 9/11, especially because I was a senior in high school when 9/11 happened. So like a lot of my people that wanted to join, like people joined the military and went crazy or whatever, but it was nothing like a draft. And I wonder what that was really like, because that's scary as fuck. For a war, if I felt like the war was righteous, you wouldn't have to draft me, and you wouldn't want me on the front lines. I'd probably do something in something useful somewhere else, but to just be like, I don't want to go do this. And then for them to like have these things at night on TV where they pull balls, like bingo balls out of things. And then like your birthday's on it. And you're like, well, see you at boot camp. And it's like, geez, it's crazy. Like, yeah. I just don't feel like that could ever happen today. Like, I feel like it would and obviously the draft is not going to, there's a lot of legislation and stuff about the draft now, but I just feel like it would never happen.
Yeah. You couldn't really do, like, you couldn't do it. You can do it. The sentiment is entirely evolved at this point.
If you get drafted as a podcaster and you're like that Robin Williams movie.
Oh, Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah, but it's you're podcasting for the troops on site.
Yeah, but it's still PlayStation news.
I'd like to think we could be like a Tokyo Rose style character where like where like American propaganda played overseas.
Right.
So at like against their will, annoying them, like telling them about how bad things are going.
Annoying them. I mean, they could just play the normal version of the show.
Yeah, but that's true. I love it. You know who one of my favorite characters in politics is the woman who does the North Korean TV broadcasts. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know.
She's like the old woman, and she speaks in like it's like the craziest propaganda ever. And it's like, dude, I want this woman to like talk about me in this way. The great general, you know. Oh, people will know who I'm talking about for sure out there.
Yeah.
She has a name. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure. She has a number and that's it.
Well, it's North Korea. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, it's North Korea.
The people are allowed back in there now again for the first time since COVID. So there are cool new videos going up about North Korea. I'm fascinated by North Korea personally. I'm frustrated because I'm like, come on, fall already. Like, get it over with. I want all of their, it's like when the Soviet Union fell or East Germany fell or whatever, or the Nazis or whatever, and you get access to all their records and like all this crazy shit. And then you learn everything. Like, we don't know anything compared to what we're going to learn once they go away.
Yeah. North Korea is really like one of the last like genuine kind of like no-go zones. You know what I mean? Like one of the places where it's just like, you just can't. Because I would go to China before I went to North Korea, obviously.
Yeah, I want to go to China actually at some point in my life, but you have to get a visa, obviously. I don't know if I'd be welcome because they're obviously going to scrub things and look for you. And I've said a lot of things about China. Also, maybe I'd just be disappeared. I'd probably find myself with the Uyghurs in some work camp in like West China before I knew it.
They find you like on a leaked video.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, there's Colin.
Yeah.
That would be fun. Fun times in East Asia.
Fun times at the Uyghur camp.
Fun times for all. Yeah. Genesis Point wrote in. Oh, sorry, Chris. Were you saying something?
No, it doesn't matter. Keep going.
Genesis Point says, hi, boys. Quick aside. Last week, Colin mentioned his new suit with the skull lining and then immediately brought up the funeral he's going to this weekend. Condolences to Micah. Are you wearing the skull line suit to the funeral? If so, do the pants have enough room for your gargantuan balls? That's a power move. Thanks for making the daily commute seem a little bit smaller. I am, but I didn't do it out of disrespect. I think you're envisioning a disrespectful thing. This is I literally got it made, and I'm like, this is the suit I'm gonna wear to like. This is the nice suit I'm gonna look presentable at people's funerals. And actually, Micah was kind of like the progenitor of the skull idea in some sense. So, So I'm not doing it to show off my big sack of onions. That's not the intention at all. When you get a suit made, you have to do cool things to it, or it's like, what's the point? I might as well just go and get a suit.
No, exactly.
So
sack of onions is a horrible euphemism, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It's horrible.
I hate it. Yeah.
Purple Man wrote in and said, "Sup, boys. On the last week's show, you discussed how you'd like to be mentioned in the divorce proceedings of a couple who'd called time over listening to sacred symbols. That is true. That's on the bucket list. Well, as someone who was cited as a reason for my wife's parents' divorce. All right. So we have to really get it. I think let me back up. Okay. I want to make sure I'm doing this justice. Purple Man says, "Sup, boys. On last week's show, you discussed how you'd like to be mentioned in the divorce proceedings of a couple who'd called time over listening to sacred symbols. Well, as someone who was cited as a reason for my wife's parents' divorce, I can tell you this is something you do not want. I've been with my wife since we were both teenagers, now mid-30s, and not a year goes by that someone in the family doesn't bring up that I caused her parents to divorce. I'm purposely not explaining how, so you can speculate at will about what could have happened to create this awkward scenario. Take care, guys." I mean, there's really only a few things that could have happened, I think.
I don't know.
You fucked one of them?
His wife is still with him.
That's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, wife's still with him.
So not impossible, but low chance.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did he and again, I'm not trying to, this is just a hypothetical, right? I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but did he find out that the dad is having an affair and let that information loose or something? Was it something like that?
Could be that. I was thinking that maybe James and his father-in-law became close, and through a discussion at a campfire over whiskey, this father-in-law was like, I feel like I don't know what to do. I'm not working out. It's not working out. And then James was like, hey, you got to do the right thing. If it's not working out, you can't put yourself both through this. So then that was the thing that pushed him over the edge out of a level of respect between the two of them.
Yeah. Because he says a reason. He's a reason.
A reason. Yeah.
Not the reason. So I feel like it's not something he necessarily did.
Right.
But it could be. I don't know. I mean, you can write in more and explain, if you want to. But you also don't have to if you don't want to. It's totally fine. Whatever you decide is fine with me. Purple Man, be well. I still think we'll get our dream, though, of directly being cited at some point.
Yeah. One day, one of these days.
We'll have to troll. What is that? What scribd, right? Or scribed?
What is that?
Isn't that the website where all the lawsuits are posted? Lawsuits are posted. SCRIBD or something like that. Am I making that up? I don't think so.
I mean, you might be right. That sounds like something that I would not even be remotely aware of. I don't think I've ever been I wonder where every lawsuit is.
Yes. I don't know if it's scribed or scribed because it's SCRIBD. But it's
scribed, I think is fair.
Scribed, yeah. That makes sense. Home to the world's documents. Explore 195 million documents from a global community. Okay,
that's one of those things where it's we've had this conversation a couple times, but it's that's so many as to essentially mean nothing.
Yeah,
it's just how do you even find anything in 190 million of? How do you find one single thing in not 190 million of anything?
Search. Otherwise, good luck. Do a decimal system.
But even with a search, 190 million is so many that you would have to imagine you'd have to be really specific in that search.
Okay. James York has the final inquiry. Says, hello, sacred men. Last week, you guys mentioned Dave Ramsey. Do any of you watch clips from his show where he gently yells at people for being stupid with money? My YouTube algorithm started showing me clips, and I am hooked by the endless amount of insane situations people are burying themselves in. I pretty much only watch Last Stand Media and Dave Ramsey now. Hope you are saving for retirement. Take care. Got to recommend Caleb Hammer as well. He's a younger version of him. He's really good. And I think I've said this before. He was the rare YouTuber where I watched him when he had a few thousand subscribers. And then I look back later and he has millions. I'm like, whoa, good for you. He's great. I love finances. I think people know, and Dave Ramsey is obviously a famous kind of public finance person in terms of giving people basic advice on how to handle your money. Not unlike Susie Orman, who I've cited many, many times in my life, was a major influence on me when I was younger and getting into finance at all. So that's how you find it, like the pop finance people, as it were. And I will say that I've said this before on the show. There are people that really do live hand to mouth because they are overextended. They have kids, the mortgage, cost of living is going up, inflation's bad. And then there's like a series of people that are absolutely dumb fucking assholes with money. And these are often the kinds of people you find on Ramsey or Hammer shows. Crazy. Like where I want to jump through the screen and just kill these people. It's the same thing I hear when people are like, I took out there's one of these is going out around recently for student loans where it's like this lawyer is like, I took out $90,000 for law school in 2007 or something, and I still owe $90,000. And I'm like, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Okay? That's your fault. Because there is no fucking human way that you were doing anything other than paying interest-only payments that entire time for the principal not to. But people will just throw this shit around like it's like, look how unfair everything is. And I'm like, come on, man. Come on. Are you kidding? You're kidding, right? You're kidding. So the financial videos, like the YouTube, like the Dave Ramsey's, Caleb Hammer stuff, great entertainment. It's like watching Hoarders. You shouldn't be into it, but you definitely are. And pain is pleasure sometimes. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. I've never watched the full show, but I've seen quite a few clips. I like how, a person's always like, hi, Dave, how are you? And he's like, better than I deserve.
Yeah.
What's your question? That's his greetings and salutations. But yeah, Dave Ramsey, a lot of really good advice there. He's kind of, I think, a little extreme, but it's, as you were saying, Colin, a lot of the people he's talking to need extreme help. Because he's the type of guy that's like, no credit cards.
Yep.
Avoid debt as much as possible. Yep. And that's great. But there's some things where I'm like, man, you got to live a little now when you can. But not everyone can handle that. Like, credit card debt is one of those things that I feel there's so many people that have it, and I feel so bad. But I'm like, how do you get yourself in that situation? Like, why are you spending money you don't have?
Yeah, I'll just say that someone in my past, I helped them pay off their credit card debt because I felt like this is such a burden. And then they just found themselves back in that situation. Yeah, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's I never had credit card debt ever. I use a credit card for pretty much everything I buy. And then I just pay it off and I get almost 3% back at this point, which is amazing. Like, yeah, it's just in an account, and like every couple of years I look and there's like thousands of dollars in it, and I'm like, I don't even understand why this is happening or how you make money on this, but okay. Like, I've been asking myself this question about like, you haven't made a cent on me. I just want to be completely clear, but you're letting me just be like, and then they'll constantly be like, oh, do you want higher credit limit and a higher credit limit and a higher credit limit? And I'm like, but I'm just paying it off.
They make money on other people.
They do make money.
The whole point is that they ensnare other people.
Oh, well, that I understand.
It's like a massive subsidy, basically.
Right. Right. That I get. It's like an insurance in some sense, like in the sense that like someone is getting got, someone is paying for it, someone is using it, and it's a cyclical system. So I totally get that. But I'm saying, as far as people like me and many people I know, like almost everyone I know is like, yeah, I just pay off the balance, and I'm like, it's so crazy that they just let you do this because. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, they make a fee from every time you use the card. That vendor has to.
Yeah, but Visa does. I'm talking about like having an I guess I should be more clear in the sense that like, for instance, all my stuff's through my bank, right, with an endorsement from Visa or Discovery or whatever. And that's the kind of stuff where I get confused about, because then it's all tied into your bank account. I don't log into different things or whatever. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about more. But yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. I understand it's deeper than it seems, and it's a major. The person I was discussing, or other people that have credit card debt, it's like, yeah, they're obviously not the marks, but they're the customers that are in some sense keeping the system going. But I can't relate to that because I just never had debt. And I know that consumer debt. I had serious student loans and I had a mortgage and all those kinds of things. So yeah, debt. I had debt. But Dave Ramsey's whole thing and Susie Orman was the same way, which was really inspirational to me as a kid, which was just like cash. Like if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. And so you can live, but live within your means. And a lot of people, I'm scared for people's financial literacy. It's like, it's crazy to me just because I know what I did and how much I used to make and like how much money I had and all the rest when I was young and was just floating out into the wilderness when I was in my late teens, early 20s, and all the student loan debt and my rent. And I still made it work because I just didn't do very much. And I think people don't want to live that kind of life. They don't want to make any sacrifices.
Right.
Which is a bummer. And I've been very lucky. I understand that, like, in my life. Yeah. So, but I wasn't always very lucky. You know, like, right. Believe me.
Yeah. Dave Ramsey's always like, when he's going through the plan on how to help someone get out of $100,000 worth of debt, he's like, during this time, you will not see the inside of a restaurant unless you're working there. Like, which, like I said, the extreme is needed for the people that are in extreme situations where it's like, if you want to get out of this, you really have to drastically change what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, dude, how you even have $100,000 in debt? Like it's crazy that the system even lets you accrue that much debt. There's so much blame to go around.
Well, the whole point is that people do get stuff. Like they like that. Like they want that.
Right. Exactly. The companies like that, and the government should be like, we don't want this level of usury. You know, like we can't do this. It's the same thing where they were trying to pass the thing about 10% limits on credit card APR. And I'm like, that's still too high. But that's better than 19% or 24% or whatever it is.
I think Bernie was doing that. I remember him going around talking about that. I think,
go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think the way, in some sense, there is, because I remember like I accrued a little bit of debt like early on because like my parents were like, you should start using credit cards. And I was like, I don't want to use credit cards at all. Like I hate the idea of credit cards. It's very stupid. It's like adding this like unnecessary middle step to what will ultimately like, I don't like the idea of like buying something with fake money and then paying it off later. I'd just rather just buy it with the money I have now. Like,
exactly.
What's the point of this shit? And they're like, oh, well, you need to build credit with the credit cards. I'm like, that's so stupid. And I accrued a little bit of debt for a while because I just like, it didn't register to me as something that was, it was just something that was like, if I don't have to pay, if I'm paying for something with something that I'm going to have to pay off later, and maybe some people in the audience with like ADHD will relate to this a little bit. Like it just kind of becomes like so removed from that step that you just forget after a little while. And so you just like, it takes advantage of people who forget. It's like subscriptions, you know, when people like forget to cancel or whatever, like it's like exactly the same kind of principle. But I remember like, oh, that sucks. And I just paid it off. But I could see why people like, if they're not in the headspace where like, I don't want to use credit cards at all, but they have to in order to build credit, but they're not built for that kind of, I hate my credit card. I never use my credit cards. I fucking despise them. You know? Yeah.
There's certain people that I totally get just should not have a credit card because the temptation and the instant gratification wins out. And I understand that I'm totally can be instant gratification type guy, but yeah, it's annoying because the credit cards can be important to building your credit as long as you pay it off every month and you can avoid the temptation of not spending money. But money you don't have specifically.
Right.
Yeah, I really am scared. I say this over and over again in many different ways, and like it paints a lot of my social and political leanings as like I am very scared of like what the money situation with people. Like individuals, corporations, government, bureaucracies, like everything's fucked up. And why would a person, logically speaking, like, oh, why can't I run up $25,000 in debt? The government has $36 trillion in debt. You know, it's like, it's just, everyone's just setting bad precedents for each other. It's bad. It's just all fucked up.
That is true. That is true too. Like the phrase debt really kind of doesn't mean anything to a lot of people. And in some ways In some ways it should, and in some ways it shouldn't. There are people who like just don't pay anything, and they're just like, yeah, I'll just be in debt until I die, and then I'm dead, and then like whatever. And I understand that on some level, because like, yeah, you hear about like where the country's $30 trillion in debt, and everything's normal. So like the word debt, I think, is like a misnomer for one of these things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It can't be both of them, because one actually affects your life drastically immediately, and the other one is damn near fictional. I feel like there needs to be like a different word for it when it comes to like countries and like on that scale, because it's just not
sovereign.
It's not relatable. Yeah, sovereign debt or
I
something.
think I don't know. I just think people are distracted by so many different problems, and there are a lot of problems, obviously, but money. It all comes down to the dollar and people's access to it, their ability to earn it, their ability to spend it, getting taxed on it, accruing it, saving it. We see this all the time in the conversations we have about game costs, hardware pricing and stuff. It's just, there's a lot of, it's just not good. It's not good. And I'm really nervous about it. It's like my number one issue. It has been for years. Anyway, Dave Ramsey, shout out to you. James York, shout out to you as well. And thank you for writing in, and highly recommended those shows. They are very entertaining. Again, in the same exact way Cops is entertaining. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Guys, let's get into the news. Tim Lane Games wrote in with something. I want to read this out because I'm so surprised. We get this feedback a lot, and I'm surprised by it. Hey, Sacred Crew, I know it's been said before, but it honestly can't be said enough. You guys actually let each other talk. Might sound like a small thing, but in today's world of chaotic podcasts and talk shows, it's a breath of fresh air. So many hosts these days seem more focused on competing against one another than having an actual conversation, much to the listener's detriment. I was reminded of this when I overheard a podcast my wife was listening to the other day. After spending hundreds of hours immersed in Last Stand Media content, the contrast was jarring. It really hit me how rare and valuable respectful dialogue has become. So even if you've unintentionally ruined other podcasts for me, thank you. The way you engage with one another and the thoughtful approach Colin takes with guests during interviews makes a genuine difference. It's part of what makes your content stand out. Thanks. I wanted to say this, Tim, just because I'm confused by the feedback when we get this. It's like, what's the rush? Why do people feel like they need to fit a podcast into a TV structure or a radio structure? Just say whatever you got to say. That's what I think makes some of the great podcasts in the world great, because they're long. And finally, we don't have these things trimmed up and catered to ads and certain time frames, 44 minutes or whatever, and 24 minutes, for 48 minutes, I guess it would be. I don't know. I appreciate the feedback, but it bothers me too when I listen to podcasts where it's like, can everyone just shut the fuck up and like let one person speak? And that's why I think a lot of the great podcasts, like regardless of what you think about Joe Rogan or Lex Friedman or Sam Harris or whoever is out there, it's like, this is good stuff. Just because it's just two people, in our case, three people, but two people usually just talking for as long as it takes. I love that. So I appreciate that that's shining through to people, because I love that kind of content as well. Tim, thank you for writing in. My friends, Ghost of Yotei is coming to PlayStation 5 on October 2nd. Word comes by way of the official PlayStation blog, which notes that Ghost of Yotei comes to PS5 October 2nd, written by Andrew Goldfarb, my ex co-host of my old podcast Beyond. Remember, I gave Andrew the shout out because Andrew kind of cast me out before the Day Without a Woman joke. And so I always respected that, because I was like, oh, like I was still popular when you did that to me, you know?
Right.
And I told the story about how I would make dinner reservations, just random dinner reservations, and invite friends to them. And he's like, I got to tell you something, like, I don't really like you anymore, kind of thing. I was like, okay.
Anymore?
Well, yeah, we were boys. He didn't like my politics.
Oh, right.
But and I'm not even being facetious. I respected that he did that. Where I was like, okay, I mean, yeah, that's cool. As opposed to like only when there was permission from others to do it.
Right, a bandwagon kind of thing, yeah.
So I'm not even being low-key shady. Like, I respect that. And I always did. He wrote, and he's been the communications manager at Sucker Punch for many years. He says, we are so excited to announce that Ghost of Yotei comes to PS5 on October 2nd, 2025. It's been nearly 5 years since we shipped Ghost of Tsushima, and in that time, we've been hard at work making Ghost of Yotei something special. While the stories are unrelated, it's important for us to make this a worthy follow-up to Jin's journey, and we can't wait for you to experience Atsu's quest for vengeance later this year. Alongside today's news, we've also released our latest trailer for Ghost of Yotei, the Ronryo's List, 16 years ago in the heart of Edzo. Or is it, I don't know how to say it, called Hokkaido in present day. A gang of outlaws known as the Yotei Six took everything from Atsu. They killed her family and left her for dead, pinned to a burning ginkgo tree outside her home. But Atsu survived. She learned to fight, to kill, and to hunt, and after years away, she has returned to her home with a list of 6 names. The snake, the oni, the kitsune, the spider, the dragon, and Lord Saito. One by one, she's hunting them down to avenge her family, armed with the same katana used to pin her to that burning tree all those years ago. But while Atsu's story begins with vengeance, she'll find there's more to her journey than just revenge. As she explores Atsu will meet unlikely allies and forge connections that help give her a new sense of purpose. I didn't watch the trailer, and I'm not going to. Did you guys watch it?
Yep.
Yeah. So all right. So talk to me about it, Dustin.
It's good. The thing that struck me about it is that it just feels like more Ghost of Tsushima in a lot of ways, and that's totally fine. It's weird because this game I'm excited for conceptually, and I know it's going to be, at the very least, a good game, probably a great game. But I don't feel myself getting hyped for it. Probably closer to release, I will, but there was nothing about this trailer that stood out to me like, wow, this is a major step up. But I'm sure there are things that are a big step up to it. But in one sense, it was just kind of like, yeah, this is, we got the shot of them, of what was the character's name? Atsu riding on the horse in a very scenic Japanese landscape. And it looks great, but I don't know. It's weird. I want to know more, and I also don't. I'm kind of ready to just go in.
Chris, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, not too dissimilar, honestly. Like, I think it looks good. I think it's I do think it's also one of these things where, and I'm experiencing that with some of the games that I'm playing right now versus like how I've seen them on YouTube. But like, it's kind of the gap between video game graphics and YouTube compression, I think, is very high. Like, I'll put it that way. Like, I think this is probably going to look very, a lot more stunning on the original, on like, the PS5 than it does in this trailer. Because I'm experiencing that with some of the games that I'm playing right now, where I'm just like, damn, this looks way better than the clips that I've seen. And so from that perspective, I'm sure this is going to be a stunning game. But yeah, it does look like more Ghost of Tsushima. It probably doesn't help that this trailer came out in what I consider to be kind of a stacked week. So like, I think that might be contributing to maybe the underwhelming. I don't want to say underwhelming. That might be a little bit too harsh. It looks good. It just looks like more of what it looks like what I expected it to look like, I guess. It's nothing really surprising or shocking. And I'm in. I really liked Ghost of Tsushima the first time. And I'm down to play through, even if it is more of the same. Like I really liked it. And I'm sure there's going to be more gameplay fixes and gameplay tweaks that aren't showcased in this story trailer, which is kind of the thing too. This is a story trailer, so you're not going to see much of what makes this different from the first one as far as like gameplay goes, which is the stuff that I'm more interested in personally. And so looks good. It's nice to finally have a release date. I guess we are getting to that point in the year where people are just kind of have to go into like, all right, listen, we can't wait on Rockstar anymore. So October.
Yeah, I also feel like we'll get into this a little bit. Well, I guess we can just get into it now, as the Brownie Bro wrote in and said, hey, gents, with Ghost of Yotei's release date in October, do we want to take another shot at narrowing down the release window for Grand Theft Auto 6? If I remember correctly, the Sacred Boys guesstimated Ghost would release sometime between July and August. Are we expecting late October or early November for Grand Theft Auto 6? Take care and can't wait to hear everyone's thoughts on Final French Tussy. Do we want to say French Tussy? Final Fantasy, I think, would be better.
That's way better.
Yeah. Next week. Yeah, we'll have more to say. I won't, because I'm not going to get to it for weeks probably, but I already bought it. We can talk about Expedition 33.
Yeah.
It's sitting there on my cross media bar, but I won't get to it for some time. So I think I don't want to make too many assumptions, but I think it's fairly safe to assume that Sony would know when Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming out, or at least when it's being aimed for. I think this is for multiple reasons. This game is so big that I assume Sony probably has not full-time, potentially like liaisons, but people that deal very intimately with Take-Two and know what's happening with that game. It's going to be the biggest game on the console, and that is ever going to exist, basically, at least paid game. But I think even beyond that. So it's really important that you are formulating not only your own plans for your own games, but out of respect and deference to Grand Theft Auto 6 getting things out of its way. But I think the deeper kind of question is, wouldn't Sony know from a marketing perspective, especially if the assumptions are that Sony and or Microsoft would be and probably are falling all over themselves to get marketing rights to the game? I think the idea of a bundle or something, I've said this many times in the past, right? If I were Rockstar, I'd be like, you can both do whatever you want, but we're not working with either of you directly. Basically, we don't need your money or whatever. So if you want to do a bundle Xbox, you want to do a bundle for PlayStation, have fun. We're not going to do any exclusive stuff. But Rockstar has been more aligned. They used to be aligned really heavily with PlayStation, with the GTA trilogy. And then beginning with GTA 4, it was more Xbox 360 aligned. And then it went back to PS3 with GTA 5 and PS4 with GTA 5. I think Rockstar would be wise to obviously align themselves with the bigger console. I'm just not sure what their level of interest is. And the offer for some sort of bundle, some sort of insight, some sort of special edition, some sort of anything would be huge. I mean, Sony could take all of the marketing, right? And that would be a huge defray of cost. Just things like that. So I'm just bringing this up because I feel like the powers that be have to know, I would assume, or at least what the intention is. And so I'm not so... Ghost of Yotei in October is later than I thought it was going to be, but I still think we see Grand Theft Auto in like late October, early November. If you assume that they put this date here for this reason, though, then you can assume it could even come more in like September, which is, I believe, when GTA 5 came out. But I don't know that you want to go... I think GTA 5 came out like September 13th or 14th, 16th, something like that.
September 17th.
17th.
Is there like even that much of a history of GTA's launching in like a traditional kind of like because I feel like GTA 4 came out in like I remember that
GTA 4 was like April 2008, I want to say, something like that.
Yeah,
May
so
2008,
like,
spring.
Yeah, so there's no real pattern to how they release it as far as I can see.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and Red Dead Redemption 2 was October.
Right.
26th, 2018.
Right.
Yeah, they're
also
kind of all over. They're kind of all over. I think I would imagine late October, early November would be my assumption. Honestly.
Yeah, I think there is like the possibility and maybe even some sort of likelihood that they're going to delay it again. But I just feel like they must feel like they got to get this thing out at some point. And like what's going to be good enough for this thing, and just the excitement around it, the amount of work, the thing that I think is so impressive is with so many people working on it and so much money being spent on it, just putting it together is probably insane. Like literally just lassoing the various parts of it, the many, 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 many things people are doing, and making it into a cohesive system is incredibly complex. But I'm sure that that's already been long done. It's exciting to think that the game is no doubt being tested and has been being tested for years. Like think about how locked down everyone is at Rockstar. Again, the only real leaks have come from like voice actors and like people that are involved in the radio on the and whatnot, and then like things that leaked from a Discord, as I understand, like gameplay and stuff. Like really, they've been very disciplined, and it's crazy to think about how many thousands of people are working on it and no one is saying anything, including people in the lowest rungs of Rockstar who have probably been testing it for years and have played it intimately. I mean, I'm fascinated by that sort of thing, where there's like an intimate familiarity with this iconic game already, and they just don't say anything. And I love that level of discipline. I think that's exceptional, actually, and probably pretty scary because they'll probably find you and get you if you're a Rockstar. Right. They have enormous amounts of money and infinite resources, so I wouldn't fuck around either.
Yeah, they're like Wizards of the Coast. They'll send the Pinkertons after you.
Right. That's exactly right. Jeffrey William wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, Ghost of Yotei got a release date. What are our thoughts on the latest trailer and the October release?" I just wanted to say a thing on the trailer is that I love the sound of the story, this revenge trip kind of thing, Mega Man style kind of. It seems non-linear in some sense, potentially, which is kind of cool.
Mhm.
And I'm excited about that, but it's just one of those games where I'm like, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to play it. What is really the purpose of me watching anymore at this point? It's just like, I'm just going to black out on the game until it comes out. What's the point? It's more fun to just go in blind. I think we all know it's going to be very high quality. But I also say that as someone who I didn't love Ghost of Tsushima as much as many people did. I thought it was a great game, but it wasn't one of the. I didn't appreciate it as much as a lot of other people did. So I'm not extraordinarily excited about this game either.
Sure.
So it's not that hard for me to resist. Joe Domac wrote in and said, "Hey fellas, Ghost has a date. I know it's not the first game to do this, but why do developers and publishers not take pre-orders the same day they announce the date? To me, it's similar to your thoughts on announcing a future launch of a Kickstarter." Yeah, that shit pisses me off. I don't know. I actually went on PSN last night and I've started using the wishlist feature, which I just wasn't using because I was just like, this turns into a little bit of a backlog kind of situation if you do this. So I'm trying to just wishlist future games, not anything that I'm like, oh, tell me when this is on sale or something. Like I'm literally just, so I have like a dozen games that are like wishlisted. And I was going around the releases and Ghost of Yotei wasn't anywhere to be found. You have to like physically search for it and then add it to your wish list. So I did find that peculiar that I wouldn't pre-order it yet anyway. What's the purpose? But I just thought that was kind of weird too. It's like, you're not even really doing anything with it. So from multiple angles, also with Oblivion and everything going on with that, it does seem like a peculiar time to announce, but they're going to do what they're going to do. And it probably doesn't ultimately really matter. The big thing that I was curious about people's thoughts were two things though. Number one, the game's $70. So Sony's sticking with that price point. And I think they're going, I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I feel like they're going to just stick with that price point. Mm-hmm. It's kind of bad PR for Nintendo. And as they become more intertwined in battling each other, now that Xbox has kind of been put to the side and Nintendo and Sony, I think are going to become more of each other's focus, or at least Sony will become Nintendo will become Sony's focus, I think, more as the handheld for PS6 and all the rest emerges in the years to come. I think that's going to be needling them. I think is going to become more important from an optical standpoint. But there's also a $250 collector's edition, which I think is pretty interesting. And I'll be curious to know what people think of that. It comes with a big mask, I think, like a ghost mask, which is kind of cool. Now, an important thing to note too, as far as I can tell, no early access.
Right.
So I definitely would have paid $10 for early access. But since they're not letting anyone in early, that's kind of good news. So fewer spoilers, hopefully. And that's probably why they don't want to do that. Is it a signal that we won't get many of those options? Because there is one for Death Stranding. That's technically kind of a second party game. Maybe it's up to the developer. It's an easy way to make some extra money, but I'm fine with it.
I gotta say, these I don't know if this makes a ton of sense, but when I see a collector's edition, even if it's got a bunch of stuff in it, when I see that one of the things is art cards, it feels less valuable than if those art cards weren't there. I feel like this is an entirely psychological thing because I think art cards are so lame.
Yeah,
as an inclusion.
I guess people do like them. Maybe you frame them or something. We had them in the Super Perils Collector's Edition, and I wonder if they were relevant pieces to people or if they want
I don't know, like
something else. Because basically what we did was just copied what everyone else does, because we didn't have like a toy or something. So it's like, what are the lower end things that you can do? And that's about, because I agree with you with something like this, you're really buying it for one thing, right? Or two things. I guess it comes with a few cool things, actually, a few accoutrements.
I think all this stuff is kind of neat. Really I like the papercraft tree. I like I dig the mask and the Suba thing, whatever the hell that is. The sash is cool. But then the art cards is like, I don't know. I look at art cards as like, you just gave me JPEGs. You know what I mean? Like I can't look at it as anything other than JPEGs. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's I don't know.
What do you think, Dustin? I mean, you buy collector's editions. I don't have any opinion on it because I don't really buy this stuff.
I think the art cards are definitely lower tier for something I want. I would rather have because I think it comes with 4 cards. Okay, then whatever the size of that is just one big piece of art.
Right.
Would be cooler because that would be more sensible to frame. But my main thing that I hate in collector's editions, and they show up all the time, is fucking coins. What am I going to do with the coin? You can't I guess you could display it, get like a little thing to put it on. I don't need a coin. The figures, the statues, those are pretty cool because those are nice display items. And I'm curious, this is a little papercraft tree in it. That's cute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this one seems all right, but I am not buying it. I'm good.
They did a similar thing. It was probably only for press, but remember that Studio Japan game Rain on PS3? They did a similar thing. No, it wasn't a ginkgo tree, but it was like a thing you opened up like this, like a pop-up book. It's kind of cool. So maybe that's a very Japanese thing or something. Papercraft ginkgo tree. They do share art. The one thing I looked at that I did like was because there's pre-order content where you can get the avatars of the beginning May 2nd. You can get the avatars of the 7 bad guys that the protagonist is going after. Or I guess the Atsu and the 6 people that they're going after. And I do love the way that they look. That there's the guy, it looks like he has like a wolf mask on.
Yeah.
And there's another guy. Well, they're all kind of cool. Like one of them looks like he has like it might be like a bard or something. Pretty neat. I like this kind of shit. This speaks to me a lot. I like my characters. I like my villains very, very much. And all with their own personality and look and aesthetic. Very exciting. So I've seen enough. October 2nd, PS5. No word on PC, obviously. But I'm sure that'll be coming probably in 2026. Rube Rupak wrote in and said, sorry, this one's a little long, but I think it's worth considering. I wanted to discuss Yotei and its story structure. It seems like from the write-ups, you can hunt the 6 figures you're after in any order, much like how Ubisoft handles their open world in Assassin's Creed or Far Cry. Although this gives the player some freedom, I think it ultimately hurts the narrative in those games. Quests have to be detached from each other, nothing feels impactful, and the story feels inconsequential for the sake of the emergent narrative. In Far Cry. We don't call Far Cry FC. You complete mission, it's 4 more letters.
Right. And FC's football club. Like the soccer game. So
sorry, my nose is like itchy. Is there something coming out of it? I don't know. In Far Cry, you complete missions for opposite factions and then never mention it because they can't. This is a story of revenge, a narrative best delivered with sharp writing and powerful buildups, key engagements, twists and turns, and narrative payoffs. This is not a Mega Man game. I like player agency and gameplay, being able to tackle a conflict any way I want, sneak, go loud, etc. But narrative agency is odd to me, especially when the story now needs to be crafted with no through line. Imagine if The Last of Us Part 2 said you can tackle the hunting of a certain group in any order. Sure, it's cool, but a lot of those narrative moments that build on each other lose their impact. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they have the dynamic changes to narrative based on your choices and the order you take things. And I have no reason to doubt Sucker Punch, but this trend in open world storytelling bothers me. It makes for good streaming, not good storytelling. Thanks for writing in. I don't hate, and he wrote thanks for writing in, by the way, which is funny. I wouldn't, not that you don't want to read too much into this. It's like how much has Sucker Punch turned over the years, but Infamous was not non-linear, but was not a through line through the game. You made choices. You had an alignment. There were things you could do out of order in the game, like optional things and all the rest. They have some experience here, in other words, is what I'm saying. So that they want to go back to this is not a huge surprise to me. You say it's not a Mega Man game, and I get that, but it's kind of whatever they want it to be, right? I mean,
yeah,
I don't want to be that dismissive of the complaint, but they're trying to do something different, and I kind of respect that. Something that has nothing to do with Jin, although inevitably, right, there'll be some connection between the games, obviously. I mean, I imagine they'll do something of that nature. And they're, instead of having a more traditional open world game with a main quest and then side quests, it looks like they're going to have a non-linear main quest and then a bunch of side quests, which is pretty cool. So I have no problem with this. Does it hurt storytelling? Yeah, probably. If you're trying to, because you're right, when you think about The Last of Us Part 2, again, a game that's very much on my mind recently because I've been playing it. A lot is it is perfectly interwoven, and going after one of the wolves before another wolf and stuff, it would break all of it. But that's because that's the way that game was designed. To act like a game can't be designed to be thoughtful and compelling no matter what order you go in, I think is a mistake. I think it's probably the most compelling part of the game, actually, is the idea of seeing what makes sense. And it's not unprecedented either. Like Zelda, the first Zelda and Link to the Past. Is Ocarina of Time the same? Maybe. No, I guess not. Like where you could do dungeons in different orders too. Not as story driven, but anyway. So what do we think of this non-linearity? Does it speak to you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the things I like most about those Ubisoft games is the fact that you can tackle those things in any order. I just don't like the setup and just the Ubisoft is overwrought, I think. Not in the writing standpoint, but like just in they layer a lot of game mechanics in those games that don't feel like they need to be there. Like they feel like they get in the way of what Far Cry is really good at. And I don't know, from my perspective, a video game is a video game. So like it's more interesting even for a story-based game that's like a lot more focused on narrative for them to do something that only a game can be doing, and as opposed to like a TV show or a movie, which that'll give you your linear storytelling, no problem. But that's not necessarily surprising to the audience. I'm sure by now people know that like story is probably one of the last things I think about when it comes to video games. And if it's good, great. It's a nice bonus. But like I'm there for the gameplay, and the gameplay in Ghost of Tsushima was really good. The story, I mean, that's another thing too that I think is worth pointing out is like the story of the first Ghost of Tsushima is good, but it wasn't like that big like, whoa, you're never gonna believe this story. You know, like in other words, like I think there's probably more to gain from going experimental with the story here than there is to sticking with the same kind of linear route that they went with the previous game, because the previous game didn't stand out to me that much with story. Some of it did, for sure, but there's a ways to go, and who knows? Maybe this might actually improve it. For all we know, like we have no idea. So yeah, I'm fine with it. Dawson?
Yeah. Just for a quick clarification, because the write-in mentions that it seems like you'll be able to hunt them down in any order. No, it says on the write-up, you'll choose which leads to follow as you pick which Yotei 6 member you want to hunt down first. So this is the structure of at least part of this game, and I think that they'll be able to do a little bit of both, where you have this freedom being able to track down these 6. But earlier in the PlayStation blog, it mentions while Atsu's story begins with vengeance, she finds there's more to her journey than just revenge. So while this may be a bulk of the game is hunting down these 6 guys, I would imagine there's quite a bit after that kind of, you know, is then more linear. So that way they can have this like cool non-linear part where you're choosing and hunting down based on the leads you find interesting or what you have available or whatever, but then it kind of can, funnels down into whatever the last act of the game is.
I'm excited about the changes, and I think I agree with everything you guys are saying in the sense that like there's already a medium for linear digital storytelling, and at the same time opening things up can make it for a more dynamic experience. But yeah, very Mass Effect like, where they're going to have to funnel it back into a point at some point. And the Mega Man games do that. So it's not like even the things you're trying to compare it to, it's like that eventually the middle is what's bloated, like you're saying. So we'll see what happens. Final inquiry for this topic. Dan Excel wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Symbols men. Someone explain why PlayStation decided to drop a trailer with the release date for one of their biggest games of the year on a random Wednesday morning in the middle of an extremely busy week. Did they feel like they needed to recapture some of the online conversation? It's super strange we didn't get this trailer and the last Death Stranding 2 trailer in some kind of state of play. I'm super excited for a Yotei, but today's news felt sort of anticlimactic since everyone is still talking about Oblivion and Claire Obscure Expedition 33 reviews. Anyway, have a great weekend, and please stop releasing games. I know, man. There are a lot of them. I've seen some feedback about the lack of respect being shown to this game and to Death Stranding in some sense, and why wouldn't you have a bigger showcase, not a showcase necessarily, but showcase the game better in a state of play, let's say. And to me, I say giving these games individual places to shine and market them as individual beats, I actually think is probably better. If you're trying to make like a strong showcase and have like good editorials and coverage about those sorts of things, maybe you put that in there, but this really gives it room to breathe. This does strike me as a plan where they're like, we have this plan, we have this date, this is when we're going to do it, regardless of what happens. Because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have done it. I would have just held it a week and released this information next week. However, they have the pre-orders set for May 2nd, which I think is a week from when this goes live. This podcast goes live. And thus, maybe they just have things in order and they're like, we have to go. So there's that. But yeah, it's a little anticlimactic. But that's kind of everything right now with Sony. And I don't really even mean that as an insult. Like it's just a quiet operation. It's not the same anymore. Clearly, it's not the same anymore. So
yeah. I don't know, maybe this is a hot take, but do showcases even really matter anymore outside of the most hardcore fan base that already has a PS5 and is going to buy all this shit anyway? They really don't.
No, absolutely not. Yeah.
And I think that Sony, as you were saying, Colin, about the individual marketing of games instead, I mean, it feels like to me that Sony does want to have a hand in the conversation, even if it's just a little drip feed here and there. And with all eyes on Oblivion, and the other big thing too is that this week specifically, there are people that are making long-term gaming purchasing decisions. They are deciding they want to pre-order Switch 2 or something like that. Mm-hmm. And so now they're like, as that pre-order was coming up, it's like, oh, actually, maybe if you don't have a PS5 or something, it's like, oh yeah, now this game that I was really excited for has a release date. It's more materially real. And so maybe that affects something. Maybe that's a little too galaxy brained, but I do think there is something to be said about Sony. When they feel the conversation is drifting away from them, they insert themselves, even if it is what feels like a smaller way with a release date.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an interesting insight. I mean, there's just obviously different strategies being employed these days. And it's hard to kind of make sense of it, but it seems like it's going just fine for them. And that's what I kind of keep reminding people is the optics, the enthusiast optics, like you're saying, don't necessarily match the financial reality, which is very strong. The sales of the console, which are very strong, and so on and so forth. You brought up Switch 2. I forgot to put it in the news. I guess we can have a little aside here. The Switch 2 pre-orders went live. So last night for when we were recording here in the US. And I was prepared to help Micah. I was on Best Buy and Walmart. She was on Target and some other stuff, I think. And she ended up getting hers. She got the $449 like unit without a game.
Right.
And I couldn't even get Best Buy to load. Like it just kept saying coming soon, like over and over and over again. And then Walmart wouldn't let me in. Even though I was like logged in and everything, it thought I was a robot or something. And it had this thing where you had to hold down the cursor for a while to like join a queue, but I never got in. So if I really wanted one or needed one, I was doing it for her. And then there was one time on the Walmart app where I thought I got through and then it kicked me out again or whatever. And I was like, well, I just would have bought it. And then I'm sure someone would have needed it. So
yeah,
but it seems like pre-order sales are very strong. I was seeing a Bloomberg story saying that this should be the biggest launch, I guess, in gaming hardware history for units, I guess, in maybe Q1. I think PS4 and the original Switch are tied right now for most cumulative units sold within that time frame, I think. And I think PS5 would have passed them, but there's just wasn't enough of them to buy. So this could be a Nintendo thing, or it could just be a linear sort of, pardon the use of the term, I guess, but a linear path as things get more popular. And so people are more exposed to them. And so they sell better. I don't know. But we have one coming to the Moriarty household in June. Dustin, I know you were interested in getting one. Did you get one?
Yes, I did. My ideal situation was I'm actually going to be traveling to Los Angeles the night before. So I was hoping I could pre-order at Brad's Best Buy near his house so we could pick it up together.
That's so cute.
I could not get one at Best Buy at all. I tried I tried the different queues and all that shit. Never got through there, but I knew going into it that I'm like, that's plan one, but we got to have plan B. eventually was able to get one through Walmart. But man, it was weird seeing everyone tweet and talk in our Discord about it, because Micah got hers at Target, and Target was the one that was a complete shit show, where it was like, oh, there's something wrong with your address. Re-enter your address, and then you do it, and it's like, oh, there's something wrong with that. Why don't you enter it again? Just endless. And so I had one in my cart from Target for a decent while, but I could never get it to complete the checkout. So it seems like there was a decent amount of units. It wasn't like a lot. Basically, everyone at Last Stand who wanted one got one. So if you were there, you were maybe most likely able to get one, but with an insane amount of hassle and technical issues. So pretty annoying process, but I'm just glad that I did get a pre-order. I got to the point where I was just like, whatever I can get, whether it's the bundle or just the console, whatever. I was just starting to get nervous that I wouldn't be able to get one. And so I did get the Mario Kart bundle. So no physical Mario Kart for me. Oh, well, that's okay. I saved $30.
The games aren't really physical anymore anyway, right?
That one is.
Oh,
some
okay.
of them are the digital cart, but not.
Ow.
I think Nintendo first party are not the digital. It's very confusing.
Well, yeah, they gave everyone the option, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, interesting times. And then I guess GameStop and some other brick and mortar retailers put them for pre-order today, I guess, from when we're recording, if you went to the store and waited in line. So there was those options for people too. I was saying to Mike, I guess I experienced this a little bit last year with the PS5 Pro when we were all ready to go for the 30th anniversary stuff. And then we were kind of lamenting, like, why did you do this at the same time as the Pro and all the rest? But then it was like there was just plenty of Pros to go around if you wanted one. It seems like they were smart enough to make enough of them. With Switch, they're just not going to be able to make enough initially. So you're going to run into this situation. But I was saying to her, I'm like, I'm so happy that because even when when I couldn't get the Pro initially, and then I got it later that afternoon because I realized it didn't sell out, Micah like woke me up from a nap. I was like, you can still get one. I'm like, all right. And went and got one, but I wouldn't have been that stressed out about it. It would have been fine. I would have figured it out. But I'm glad that I don't have to feel the stress of a PS6 pre-order for at least a couple of years, probably 2.5 years at least, something like that. So that feels nice, where I don't have to be concerned, and I just have to watch everyone else act like loons about something I don't care about. But when it's my turn to go,
right,
then I'll be ready.
I think it's funny too to just look at the situation, and it's a good reminder that the whining on the internet is not always indicative of reality. In fact, often it's not, because I don't think the Switch's pricing really had any effect.
No, obviously not.
Obviously,
and we knew that would be the case, but. I mean, this is the most extreme examples, but there was people like, oh, this is going to be Wii U 2. They've completely gone off track. I'm like, no, you're just whining because you don't want to spend that much money.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I'm sympathetic to people not wanting to spend money, but yeah, there's going to be plenty of people ready and willing to spend their money on this stuff regardless. And that's what I've been saying. I'm a big enough fan of video games to know that the money situation isn't really that big of a deal to a lot of enthusiasts that just want the product. So
right. And to be clear, I'm not talking about people being upset because they can't afford it. It's specifically the people that are upset that they can't afford it, so they choose to talk about it being a failure, where it's like, you're just making things up. If you can't afford it, and that sucks. I totally get it. I get that, but calling it a failure and trying to like wish cast because you're upset doesn't make any sense.
I didn't want it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that behavior.
Chris, did you want one? Did you get one?
No, I couldn't even feign. I couldn't even feign the interest. It's I just feel like it's one of those things where it's like, I know my relationship with Nintendo. I know my relationship with the Switch, and I've had it forever. And I've put maybe like genuinely like a modicum of my gaming time has been on that thing. And I just know it's just going to sit there in the corner of my room, not doing anything. And so I'm just like, I'm sure there's going to be a certain point where it might be cheaper, or there might be more stuff out for it where I'm like, all right, this is compelling. Now I am curious. I am most curious about that mouse feature, so I'm eager to try it out. I'm just not $500 and wait in a tedious line on various websites competing with strangers, invisible strangers. It doesn't seem worth it to me.
I totally understand.
Especially just because, and this is just a personal note, I don't like Mario Kart at all. So like, there's really nothing for me on this thing at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet in the beginning. I think Micah pre-ordered that Donkey Kong game.
Oh yeah, that looks cute and interesting, but I'll get to that when I.
Yeah,
there's no immediacy to that. To me.
I understand. It doesn't seem like a very strong launch to me. Oh, but if you like Mario Kart, I mean, that's obviously a massive game, massive. So denying that game will push for it.
Yeah, people love Mario Kart, man. That's what is it, 75 million sold on the Mario Kart 8?
That's
fucking
fucking insane.
So
that is truly. If you explain that to people like who don't know anything about the industry, it's like, oh, it's doing pretty well, because they're like, I guess they're used to like movies.
Yeah, like
and the dollar figures. So it's like, oh, you hear like, oh, they made $1 billion at the box office, and for some reason in the brain, psychologically, I think people who don't put that much thought into it, they're just like, whoa, like it's like 1 billion tickets.
Yeah, let me see.
But
75 million times 60. They grossed $4.5 billion on it.
On Mario Kart. That is fucking crazy. People, I don't think people appreciate how insane that is.
Yeah,
that a kart racer is making that much money. But God bless. They got a special sauce that I don't know. Maybe it's like cilantro or something. How some people just think it tastes like soap.
Right. Or
it's Mario Kart for me. That's Mario Kart for me. Like I play Mario Kart and I'm like, this is the least special thing I've ever seen. But like, God bless.
I've expressed this before because a lot of people are surprised about it because I was such a huge Nintendo fanboy growing up that I never liked Mario Kart. Like even on the SNES, I was like, It just like wasn't my thing. I'm like, give me the side scrollers and the role playing games. And then on N64, it was big, but there were just so many party games or multiplayer games that were just better, in my opinion. Yeah. So whether it was like, I was a Mario Golf stan. Like I fucking love Mario Golf on N64. But there's GoldenEye and all the other things too in the racing games and the wrestling games. So I just was like, I don't ever want to play this, or even Mario Party itself. It's like, I don't even want to play this game. And then I was, and so I've never been into it. And then Double Dash was fine, but it's like, I don't know.
Mario Party is, I refuse to play Mario Party, not because I don't think it's good, but because I have been, that's probably one of the games that I played that has gotten me most angry. is Mario Party, when you do really well and then at the end the little fucking guy comes up and it's like, hey, the guy who was losing the entire time, he wins. And it's like, great. I always hated it. And you say you never liked Mario Kart as like a side scroller and RPG fan. Like I never liked Mario Kart as a kart racer fan. You know what I mean? So like for me it was especially egregious. But yeah, I don't know. I don't mean to shit on Mario Kart this entire time. It's impressive as fuck that they managed to sell that many units.
Certainly. Certainly it is. It's
and incredible. I'm sure this one's going to be, although like this is far less appealing than like a Zelda launch was for the original Switch. Like I was far more compelled by Breath of the Wild than what I'm seeing out of Mario Kart World. Like there's no doubt, like I think this is probably an equivalent title, if not probably a lot stronger. So we'll see. But shaping up to be pretty good.
All right. Back to the document as I wrote it. I don't know why I didn't put Switch 2 in there. I forgot. No one wrote in about it, I guess, which I was counting on. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Guys, The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered is real. It's alive. You can buy it now on PS5 for $49.99. There is no PS4 version. Not a huge surprise. It's also on Xbox Series X and S and on PC for the same cost. And I guess it's on Game Pass. So, I mean, and actually we'll talk about that. It already has 10,000 ratings at 4.88 on PS5. That indicates the game has sold hundreds of thousands of copies based on traditional numbers on PlayStation. So that's not so shabby considering they shadow dropped it. And a lot of people probably haven't even turned their PS5 on yet this week and haven't seen the splash ads and stuff for it. So it's going to do really well. And it also wasn't it above 100,000 on Steam concurrence, which is incredible. Mm-hmm. I mean, the game is The game is 19 years old, right? So it's pretty wild when you think about it. Deadmail wrote in on Patreon. Said, howdy CDC. While those of us more in the know had heard the leaks and rumors of Oblivion, for the more casual gamer, the Shadow Drop has been a success, at least in my little world. I mentioned it in passing to a couple of different coworkers who game. One had heard about the leak, 3 hadn't, but all 4 of them were excited for it. Take that for what it's worth. Thanks for all you do, gentlemen. So yeah, it seems like this all worked out. I feel bad for everyone involved in it that it leaked so readily. We were talking earlier about Grand Theft Auto and how little that things have leaked and how they've really only been victimized by kind of people that are not in the games industry or these specific Discord leaks, as opposed to people just kind of running their mouths. Obviously, there's been a lot of mouth running because this has been known for 2 years. And seeing the positive response to it makes me feel good because Virtuous is doing it. Now, Virtuous is a fucking huge company. It's Virtuous is like a game dev for hire that does a lot of work that is uncredited, and there's like 4,000 people working there. So it's hard to know. I don't think they have a culture, I guess is what I'm saying. It's just like a corporation, which is cool. But they did a really good job with this, and they're doing Metal Gear Solid Delta. And so I'm cool. This gives you a little bit more to believe in. But most of the work that they're doing at any given time is unknown, which is cool. I mean, it's part of the mystery of the industry in some sense. So I'm feeling good about its success. I heard it doesn't run at 60 frames consistently on PS5. I don't know if that's true or not. But I wasn't pleased to hear that, which is surprising. But I saw that you guys are both have it in your what you're playing for it. So I guess we'll just do it now. Why not? We don't have to do the whole thing, but we can talk about Oblivion. So the game came out and it's arrived. Dustin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it is unfortunate that the surprise was spoiled. Even if we knew about rumors, the floodgates were open when the screenshots came out. What was that, last week or something? And I'm like, man, why don't you just... I understand you got to get everything ready. You got all the assets. You got to get the Steam, all the store pages right. But I think that leaked from the Virtuous website. It's like, man, just don't.
Yeah, it got spidered.
Only put up what you have to, unless you are positive about like the back end having the perfect, like that people can't access things they shouldn't. Just hold off. But either way, it's still very exciting. Surprised that it was $49.99, so not quite full price game.
Oh, you thought it was going to be? I thought that was exactly what it would cost.
Oh,
in some sense. So
well,
yeah, good.
Just from a lot of the conversation has been about this is called a remaster, but in a lot of ways it feels like a lot more than that. And I think that's what I've been impressed with so far is that one of the big things Chris and I talked about in the lead up to this was how much of a remake is it going to be? And will they remove some of the Oblivion jank / charm to it? And I can confirm that a lot of that is still there in all the right ways. I posted a clip on Twitter that I know Chris saw that I was going to help take out some of these enemies that had taken over this chapel in this town. And this guy I saw just had an arrow fucking through his neck, straight through. And so I went and talked to him. He's like, we got to go give medical attention to the others. And as he turned, you can see the arrow clearly just completely through his neck. So, but overall, I'm having a great time with it. I think if I have to be a little nitpicky, I wish that it was a little more green, a little more colorful. Mm-hmm. I think that was one of the standout things about the original. There's already mods that have like done the reshade to make it a little more color accurate to the original. I think that's going to be a matter of taste. And I think that only the people that played the original might even care about that. But the quality of life features that they've added in, like sprint, is really nice. The combat feels improved. I know they've done a lot of work there. And just overall visually, it looks really, really good. I am playing on PC, and I do have a beast PC with a 4090, which is doing a lot of the heavy lifting and a good CPU, but it still has the Unreal 5 stuttering here and there. It's manageable for me, but just really annoying that Unreal 5 continues to have this problem, and no one seems to be doing anything about it. But despite that, I'm really impressed with it so far, to the point where I've been playing it, and I convinced Holly to check it out on her PC. She's been playing as well, and I'm just surprised. I was worried that even with it being a remaster, that it might feel a little dated, like too dated to get into, but that hasn't been the case for me at all. So yeah, I'm having a great time.
I saw the clip going around I totally forgot about this because I never played Oblivion. You know, again, it's a game that was in the office when I was in media and I messed around with, but I never played it. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I played the game, but I do remember some of the funny stuff from it, you know, the horse armor and all that stuff. But one of the things I remembered was the voice actor clip that they kept in, where it's like, let me try that again. And then she reads the line one more time. And it's cool that they kept little things like that in there. But yeah, otherwise, I maybe we'll get to this at some point in the future, but I have no interest in it right now. Chris, you're part of the excitement train for Oblivion, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, and you know, I do have to say this has taken me a little bit by surprise. Not that this was coming out, because obviously there's been rumors about it, and obviously the screenshots kind of let the cat out of the bag with the whole shadow drop thing. But I've only played the first starting area of Oblivion up to the step out. And that's my entire experience with Oblivion. And I've done that maybe like 3 or 4 times over the last however many years it's been, just to try and get into this game that everybody raves about and everybody talks so highly of. And I really just couldn't do it. Like, it just felt too old. It felt too jaded. It felt too broken. It was very ugly. The UI I thought was particularly heinous. And so I really could just never get it. And for a long time, people were saying like, oh, dude, Oblivion's way better than Skyrim. And I just didn't understand it, you know? And now as I'm playing through Oblivion, I spent like 5 hours with it because I'm playing other things as well. And it should be done. Also, I'll let everybody know, I am going to be streaming my entire playthrough of this thing. Just because it's very rare that I get to experience a game like this that I've never played before with like no nostalgia at all. And I think that always makes for a good title, you know, first time playing, whatever. And it's not a lie, unlike those people who are like hearing Bohemian Rhapsody for the first time.
Yeah.
You know. But so if anybody's curious, you can check me out there. But I adore this. I think it's fantastic. I think it is very much. Do you remember on the last episode, Colin, where we were talking about like whether or not this would be a Mafia 1, Mafia 2 scenario with like Oblivion and Skyrim? Mm-hmm. It very much is. It feels so much more modern than Skyrim does. I mean, it still feels like Bethesda. There's like jank, obviously, but like just the way it looks and just some of the UI. There's FOV sliders, separate FOV sliders for third person and first person, which is awesome. So yeah, man, I'm really digging it. The soundtrack's great. I do have the same kind of feeling as Dustin goes with like about the green, because that was one of the things that was striking to me about Oblivion, that step out moment where everything's green and there's like an unholy amount of bloom on everything that kind of gave it a look that I wouldn't call necessarily good, but it was distinct, and that is sort of missing. But
there's a mod for that already, right?
Yeah, there's a greenify mod already, like that's out there to re-green your Oblivion. But yeah, the quest. The thing that stood out to me immediately was just the quest design here is, I think, very good. Like the first few quests that I've done are already like far more memorable than the ones that I remember from Skyrim in a way that's really positive. To the point where like there's a little I don't want to spoil anything, although it's old as fuck, but there's a lot of people who are going to be jumping into this for the first time. Experience it for yourself. But yeah, the reworked UI is great. I think it just plays well. The tweaks to combat and gameplay work. And it is that weird kind of thing that we were talking about, where this is not, there's remasters in the sense of like up-reses and, you know, I think about like the more modern Tomb Raiders, or like the Tomb Raider and Legacy of Kain by Aspyr, I think, where they kind of bring a new coat of paint to it, but it's still ultimately the same game running underneath it. Or something like Halo 2 Anniversary, which is like thoroughly unchanged, but it's got reworked cutscenes, or, you know, the original game's still running underneath it. This is a weird kind of half step between like a remaster and a remake, where it's not Final Fantasy VII level, but it is it's closer to that than I anticipated, not to oversell it. But yeah, even just something like adding sprint and tweaking the way combat works and tweaking the leveling system, like a lot has been done here to make it more in line with Skyrim and more modern in a way that I just was not anticipating. I love that all the weird shit is in there still. I love the weird camera zooms in front of people. I love the character creator. I immediately fell in love with the character creator. Immediately. Like off the rip. And that was one of the moments where I was like, and in the first like couple seconds where I'm like, oh, Skyrim was like a real huge downgrade, even already just to this. Because Skyrim, you could make some fucked up looking character, but it's not even close. I've seen so many people do the memed JD Vance faces in Oblivion, and they look shockingly accurate.
It's good shit.
It's amazing.
I love that.
And I made like a character named Dwiblet, who's really, really gross looking. And it's just fun. It's immediately fun. And yeah, I mean, I highly recommend it. I'm playing on PC because that's where I'm streaming it. And I don't have as beastly of a rig. I'm running on a 3080 right now with a pretty good CPU for that time. But I'm running into some performance issue. It's not like drastic. And a lot of it could be, I also haven't played it without streaming it. So that also is, that could be part of it as well. But the performance is a little wonky. Sometimes it dips. And that is annoying. But I am enjoying the overall like atmosphere and just like quest design and game. The overall experience that I'm having with Oblivion is fantastic. Soundtrack is banging. Great soundtrack. But I hate the lockpicking video game, the mini game. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with lockpicking, honestly.
Have you done the conversation mini game?
That's even more confusing. I have no idea. So Oblivion, I already kind of had it. Like Fallout to me is the more like, let me try and talk my way out of this kind of game for me. Like Skyrim was like, I'm a fan. I'm going to stealth around and be like a warrior or a mage. I'm not really doing much talking in Oblivion. I don't know. There's something about fantasy settings where I don't care to talk my way out of situations. I just kind of want to fight. So people were like, oh, you should try the conversation mini game. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. I'm not really looking for that, but like, let's try it. And I don't understand a lick of it. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what the point is. I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of it. It feels distinctly old, but it's also a part of the game that I had no intention of ever engaging with. So it's very easy for me to be like, whatever. Maybe if that's something that you did want out of Oblivion, you're going to be pretty disappointed or just downright confused. Because it is ultimately still Oblivion. But it holds up a lot better than I thought. As somebody who quit immediately playing through the first Oblivion or like the original Oblivion many times because I couldn't deal with it, I'd say it speaks pretty highly of it that I managed to get through like 6 hours of it and then still want to play significantly more of it. So they've done a great job. Congrats to the team. I'm happy to see that the reception is not cynical either. Generally, a lot of people are just genuinely happy and excited to have this thing. And I don't know, that's a nice change of pace. I do think the shadow drop aspect of it helps because there's just less time to kind of fester over oh, it doesn't look right. And then there's like months of, rage bait content made about it. I do think it benefits from a shadow drop in ways that very few games could.
Yeah.
Not a lot of games can do what Oblivion is doing with this.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they were wise to do it, I think.
Agreed. I've noticed, just in reading around, it doesn't seem like anyone's complaining about the usual culture war stuff in regards to this, except for the type 1, type 2 gender thing, which I do think is weird. I don't want to be like, look at this chud, but it's like, why are we like, these just seem like if these changes don't matter, then why are they being made? And Dragon Quest 3, I think was the HD was the first one that really, or the more recent one that also had a similar conversation around it. So it's not like, why aren't the women fuckable? It's like that kind of shit. I think is crazy. But like the conversation around like, why are we making these changes? I think is interesting, but certainly not anything worth, brigading the game over or getting upset about, really. And I actually saw that there were, speaking of mods, that there's a mod that put male and female back in for those that are upset on PC. So have at it if you'd like. How do you guys feel about the whole male and female type 1, type 2 thing? Do you care? I mean, is it a big deal? I feel like it's kind of, to me, it's one of those topics where I feel like people are kind of being a little too flagrant with like shrugging it off, not from a culture war perspective, but just of like, well, what are we doing really? Like, what are we doing here? You know,
I just don't know what. I guess I'm just so unoffended by it because I remember, like, I've played games. There are games that I distinctly remember from like the early 2000s that had this option. And I remember distinctly thinking like, oh, it's interesting. They don't do male and female. They just do type 1 and type 2 or type A and type B. And I was like, oh, I guess some games do that. And so for me, when this started happening again, I was just like, all right, you know, it kind of didn't seem like anything. And I'm sure there's like a reason. I'm sure it's just like, oh, hey, there are people who don't identify with whatever. And it makes them feel slightly more included or whatever. But it doesn't take away anything from me. So like, I don't know. It's hard for me to care about it.
I don't. To me, that's well, I mean, it's each their own, but like that's not sufficient to me, just in the sense that like no one's saying that you have to fit into anything. It's just saying like,
no,
I
mean, I agree.
Options, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I just, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree that it doesn't matter, but I don't want to be too quick to always throw the baby out with the bathwater too, if that makes any sense. Where like there are nuggets of truth in some of the outrage, in my opinion. Whatever piece of outrage you might be talking about, you would have to judge it based on its own. But it's like the outrage merchants, we're going to talk about them a little later, actually, in the description or in the topics of discussion from the audience. This is why I fucking hate everything in the games industry right now, because you can't. This conversation is immediately toxified. Like there are going to be people upset that I even brought it up or that we're even talking about it. And I'm like, that kind of sucks, because
it is really annoying.
You know, because just because there are, and I don't even want to say grifting people or bad faith people. It's just like, just because people you don't like or people that are ineloquent or they're just assholes or idiots or whatever are all talking about it, doesn't mean it's not something that normal people can also talk about. And we have to do a better job of, I think, reclaiming that space for reasonable discussion too when these things pop up. Because it's kind of a bummer that you have to almost be afraid of talking about it at the same time, because then people get the wrong idea and stuff. And it's like, well, I don't think you're going to get the wrong idea if you're listening to our show, unless you're looking to get outraged over something, of course. Dustin, are you where are you on the type A, type B, type 1, type 2, male, female?
I think I'm kind of in line with Chris, where I just don't really care that much. I do think this Oblivion situation is interesting because, as the audience knows, and rightfully has made fun of me for, I played as a female character, as I sometimes do with these character creators. And I'm pretty sure, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that I was referred to by another character as a female. I was like, okay, well, then why are we doing the type 1, type 2 situation? Because in the game, it's just going to refer to me as a female.
That's exactly right. That's why I think it's like shrugging it off is almost catering too much to the people that are daring you to say something about it so they can get upset with you. And it's really like a reasonable question to ask, actually. Right.
That's the thing. Like with Starfield, if they design the game around built from the ground up, that you can have non-gendered language and treat characters as such, then I think it makes a lot more sense. But it's weird. And I feel like it's a little pandery to make that change when you didn't change the rest of the game to account for it. Right. But sure. I just, I don't care enough to, like, we can acknowledge that it's weird and kind of dumb, but it's not really that big of a deal.
Right. It's not to me. I mean, to each their own, but to me, it's this. These are so far away from the line of like boycott worthy or writing an op-ed or something. It's like, well, it's not that important, but yeah, it's weird. It didn't stop me from buying and playing Dragon Quest III, for instance. But yeah, I think that, and I challenge people that have the guttural reaction of like, why does it matter? Why do you care? It's like, well, why can't we talk about it? Like, why do we have to have such like going down everyone's throats instead of just maybe discussing it? It's because that's what you're used to in other spaces, but that's not the way it's done here. All right. Jordan Glaza wrote in and said, hey, CDC, why would Microsoft take all the wind out of the sails of Claire Obscure Expedition 33 by shadow dropping Oblivion days before? Looked like Xbox was lining up some W's with 33 getting great reviews and doing the typical Microsoft thing and releasing things with no rhyme or reason. Thanks, and keep choking that chicken. And Dustin, you noticed it, and a lot of people noticed it. Kay Huntington wrote in Said, hey guys, can LSM authorize a corporate pizza party for Dustin? I saw on Twitter he made a rather innocuous observation on Xbox dropping Oblivion 2 days before Claire Obscura, and the pushback that tweet got has been baffling. What can we do for our resident weeb to make right on this injustice? Stand down. Yeah, I saw you posted that. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't like it's this is such an obvious observation that it really does make you wonder what the purpose is of doing this and how Claire Obscura is getting great reviews, obviously, in the 90s, the low 90s, and I'm excited. I think we're maybe all excited to play it.
Absolutely.
And God, when's the last time we played a French game that we really loved? Like Quantic Dream game, probably something like that. There's probably a few things out of France though. Don't Nod and a few others.
Was Child of Light French?
Yeah, well, that might have been Quebecois. So,
yeah,
technically, I guess in some sense,
French in name only.
Right. French in name, Fino. So I'm looking forward to it, but I do feel bad for them, and I do wonder how they really feel. I mean, the reason that this is relevant is because Expedition 33 is specifically on Game Pass. Anything Bethesda releases is obviously also going to be on Game Pass. So you are kind of taking the thunder from them. This only matters if they're being paid based on, or at least partially based on, engagement, because it's definitely going to hurt their engagement. Like, there's just no doubt about that. I don't know how anyone can look at that otherwise. But if they were just paid and they're like, the game's going to be on here for X amount of money for X amount of time, it's like, well, I mean, it is what it is at this point. That doesn't really matter. They're going to make most of their money on PlayStation and PC anyway. So,
right.
But I think it's worth observing that Microsoft didn't have to do this. They could have released it really whenever they wanted, just with a little bit of planning. You can't like make that change on the fly, but you can make it pretty up to the border. And that they decided to release it really in the shadow of a big, successful indie style French role playing game is a bummer. I mean, I definitely noticed that. I definitely felt bad for them, and I felt bad for the response you got too, Dustin, because it's like, what? Why were people so upset by that? That's so obvious. You're not saying, you're not. It's not a judgment value on either of the games. It's to say, like, why would you voluntarily Square Enix them like this?
Yeah. And it's interesting because sometimes you write a tweet or a post you're going to put out and you're like, ooh, this is going to be a little spicy, but you're like, you know what you're signing up for. With that one, I was like, oh, this is kind of a cold take, I think, in some ways.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is not for nothing.
The reaction was much bigger than that. And it's a weird situation because the way I look at it is that, sure, this is a third-party game. It's going to be on Game Pass, but one of the big factors is that Microsoft put this as one of the primary games in one of their directs. Like, they were invested in marketing this game to a significant degree. So why would you do that? You know, like, that's the thing that doesn't make sense to me, is like the marketing. You were directly, very deeply involved in the marketing of this game. And then you went and did this. And that's what doesn't make any sense to me. So it just seems like a weird move. I don't think it's the end of the world, of course, for Expedition 33. Clearly, the reviews that came out the next day are going to do a lot for it. But I think that a lot of the feedback that I got was about how, well, this just bolsters Game Pass. And now it's like, oh, I have 2 cakes now instead of 1. Hell yeah. And it's more value. And that makes sense. I'm thinking from Claire Obscura, someone that is a Game Pass subscriber that was like, oh, there's this great new game. It got great reviews. And imagine Oblivion doesn't exist. I'm going to play this. But now they're playing Oblivion. It's like, okay, well, I'll play that later. But by the time they're done with Oblivion, Doom is out, right? And so I just think that there's going to be a lot of people that this is no longer going to fit into that, into their playtime. Just because a lot of us, myself included, are victims of playing what's right now. And so I think that kind of sucks. Of course, the people that were interested and want this game are going to play it. But I think they've cut off a lot of the people that may have been passively interested that were going to check it out because there hasn't been, and they're not playing anything right now, or they're looking for that next big thing. It definitely took the wind out of the sails I think, a little bit. So just a confusing move in terms of marketing for Microsoft, but that's pretty normal for them.
Yeah, it's weird. It just pacing. It seems like an obvious thing to me. It doesn't. Both of these games being on Game Pass helps them, but yeah, putting them close together doesn't. And it just you just think you would look at that and be like, what are we doing here? One classy thing I think that Bethesda did that I liked was they gave codes to the Skyblivion team that are doing like the really years long heavy lift mod of Skyrim that I guess will be Oblivion or something. And I've been on the record saying many times that I think doing that kind of stuff is largely a waste of time, even in sanctioned mod communities. I'm a little confused by it because if you're that talented, it's like, damn, dude, I'd love to see something original from you as opposed to fan fiction. But people like to do that stuff nonetheless, and I thought it was kind of classy that they, because that was probably a pretty big bummer for them when they're like, well, this is not going to get much less attention and much less prestige now, and they tried to make that right for them. So I thought that was a pretty cool move.
Yeah.
Microsoft seems to do they don't communicate well, like corporately, but in the trenches, they seem to do a pretty good job.
Yeah.
And I respect that.
Generally. I think, yeah, man, this isn't even the first time they did this, because you remember they did this with, what is it? One of the Forza Horizon games came out, and then immediately, I think a couple days later, they like surprise shadow dropped the Halo Infinite multiplayer. Like in obviously 2021, I think I want to say. So like this has happened before, and it's granted less overlap. I think there's probably more overlap with Oblivion and Final Fantasy than there is with a car game and Halo, but I don't know, still.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting to Expedition 33. I gotta clear my plate of some games first, though. I don't like having all these games going at one time. I gotta be disciplined. All right, a couple more things here before we get to the next topic. Historicus wrote in, and Historicus, by the way, I noted that you wrote in like 4 times. I think you're gonna get you're gonna get a smack. Keep doing it. Just one a week. Just one a week. And your first write-in was good enough. That's the thing, is that I kept seeing your name, and I'm like, but your first one was good enough. He says, "Hey CDC, by now we all know Bethesda shadow dropped the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, confirming years of speculation. The announcement and release of this remastered title seems to be going over well, quite well, actually. Do you all believe that Fallout 3 Remastered is next, possibly to be announced and released around the time of Amazon's Fallout Season 2 release? And if so, can we expect to get a remastered version of Fallout New Vegas? I would assume Fallout 3 Remastered is inevitable, but I don't know. These are remakes, which is kind of the interesting thing, too. I know you don't necessarily want to call it a remake because now we have Final Fantasy VII Remake, and that's really like a remake, and kind of getting lost in the weeds. But I don't think Remastered really does it justice, as a lot of people have already noted. But Fallout 3 Remastered, I think, is obvious. I just don't know what the timing will be. And New Vegas is also obvious, but I think will be later. And the thing about them is they, through Microsoft Game or Xbox Game Studios, Bethesda would have access to Obsidian. But then again, you don't really want your core teams making these games. You want them working on new stuff. So I'm sure Virtuous is down and maybe already doing Fallout 3 and some other things. But yeah, I don't. Will it be timed with Fallout Season 2? I on Amazon. I would doubt that, actually. But I would imagine Fallout 3 Remastered is in the pipeline, and I'll be all over that because that game is just so mystical to me. I love that game, so I'll definitely play that. And yeah, New Vegas, it would be nice. Everyone loves New Vegas, and now that, I mean, Microsoft has always owned New Vegas. By the time they got Bethesda, they had access to it or whatever. But and then kind of the observation at the time was lining up Obsidian, which I think they bought in 2018, with Bethesda, which was 2020, 2021, whatever that was. It's like you have all the ingredients, but you don't want to deploy them like that, I'm sure. So, so yeah, I would think Fallout 3 Remastered is next.
Dude, if it's even half as good as if this Oblivion remaster is any indication of what these can be, a Fallout 3 Remastered is very exciting. Because I was fully prepared for like before we got the screenshots, I guess I was fully prepared for like, do you remember when they did like Skyrim Ultimate Edition or whatever, or like when they had like it's a graphical overhaul, and it was like not really, like not really at all. So it's like a swapped texture pack that made it look slightly more high res. I was expecting something more like that, or just like maybe like a little bit of tweaking here and there before the leak started coming out. And so if they do that for Fallout 3, man, like that's exciting. That is That's really set. That's a mouth-watering dish, I think.
An enormous amount of work went into it. There's just no doubt about it.
It's crazy. I think it's smart of them. I think it's also really smart that they called it Oblivion Remastered, because it's like the over deliver, under promise type situation.
Right.
It's like really smart.
Agreed. Indeed, a level 1 cleric wrote in and said, "Hello, Depression Man, Suicide Man, and Baby Boy Man. With Oblivion being re-released, something that surprised me was just how much more storage space it takes up, 120 gigs, when compared to the original 5 gigs. I realize a lot of work and new assets went into the remake, but it still seems excessive to a layman like me. What makes it stranger is how Japanese developers can put out similarly massive games such as Elden Ring or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that take up a fraction of the file size, 60 gigs and 88 gigs respectively. Am I comparing apples to oranges here? Is there something? Is it something to do with studio culture or the engines involved? Anyways, thanks for the content. I'll hang myself and listen. Thank you, a level 1 cleric. I'm not a technical person, as everyone knows. My assumption on this is that at least some of the bloat has to come from the kind of weird bespoke way they made the game, which, as I understand, is like a shell over the original game. And that must, right? Has that been confirmed? I mean, that was the rumor.
I mean, they said that basically the way that they described it was that the original Oblivion is kind of acts as the brain, and then Unreal Engine acts as the body. So there's like a layering of engines kind of going on. I don't know if it's to the degree that like the original game is running underneath it. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think it's more just the source is from Oblivion, and then the engine's kind of showing it. I don't really know exactly, but I think you're right that there's a layering of engines going on here. But I think the bigger thing here to take notice of is, Elden Ring and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are very different types of game than Oblivion is. Oblivion is like, there's this Bethesda kind of thing where everything is persistent. I don't know if that's necessarily true with Oblivion. It's been true for Skyrim and Starfield and a lot of the things that they've worked on since then. So I assume it's like it got some heritage with Oblivion, and if not back then, certainly now, where there's a persistent world, where things are always happening or things are always there. It's not quite like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where there's not really a lot going on outside of your immediate screen. There's no like AIs with like subroutines going around and living their lives. It's all canned animations, and that's fine. And Elden Ring is very much that there's barely any, I mean, there's enemies, but there's no like, these are very different games, I think. And to hear that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is 88 and Elden Ring is 60, I feel like it actually makes a lot of sense that Oblivion is twice the size.
Yeah. When you put it like that. Right. Yeah. Dustin, do you have any insight?
Well, I would say that a lot of that file space just has to do with all the assets getting exponentially bigger, because we're talking about a game that was originally, I think it was standard definition on 360. There was a few 360 games that could maybe do 720p, but either way, much, much lower. And we're now talking about 4K, which is many, many times that. So you need assets that can display nicely in 4K, along with redesigned environments that have more polygon, stuff like that. But I think one of the biggest things is just the amount of voice work, where I quickly looked, and what Google's telling me is there are over 60,000 voice lines in Oblivion. And one of the main things is they went and added more voice lines in this game. I'm guessing they're probably at a higher quality too, where a lot of those voice lines were probably compressed on the original version. So you're downloading higher, but not just voice lines, but higher quality music, higher quality everything. Yeah. So with that, I'm not surprised that the file size of this game is massive. And even comparing something like Elden Ring or Final Fantasy Rebirth, let's say Rebirth, which has a shit ton of dialogue in it, I'm guessing it's nowhere near as much as something like Oblivion. There is something to be said about where there are some developers that choose not to compress audio files, even if it is a light amount. And so that can expand the file size a huge degree. So there was probably some decisions made there. But just as time goes on and things become higher resolution, higher quality, that just means every aspect of it takes up more space.
Yeah. It's also worth noting that I could be wrong. Like this might be in like the special editions of the game only, but I don't think so. Is that like This remaster of Oblivion also includes, I think, the expansions. Or like
it does, yeah.
Is it
does.
Yeah, Shivering Isles. So that's another thing to consider. It's like it's also more of what it's more.
Yeah,
it says, so I don't know the deep. I don't know how much of an expansion Shivering Isles is. I have no context for it, but like an expansion being in there like makes sense to be bigger as well.
It says Shivering Isles. This is on PSN. Shivering Isles and Knights of the Nine story expansions, additional downloadable content, Fighter Stronghold, Spell Tomes, Vile Lair, Mehrunes Razor, The Thieves' Den, Wizard's Tower, The Orrery, and Horse Armor Pack.
Horse Armor
are all included.
Yeah. Throwback.
Is that? Yeah, that's basically it on this. Congratulations to Virtuous, Bethesda, Microsoft, everyone. I mean, it's really cool that people are really, really into it. It's another piece of gaming nostalgia and something retro that people want to taste for. And for a lot of people, including me, it's going to be, if I ever get to it, which who knows, it will be the first time I ever really experienced it. So, because Oblivion came to PS3, but I feel like it came to PS3 later, right?
I think so.
And then Morrowind was never on PlayStation, but it was on Xbox and PC. I just wasn't. I remember seeing Oblivion. A friend of mine in college had it, and I was like, "Yeah, that's cool." For some reason, it just didn't connect to me. I wasn't really against 3D gaming by that point. I was pretty deep into 3D gaming, but there was something that didn't speak to me about it until I really experienced Fallout 3, and that was maybe it was the post-apocalyptic kind of American blown out sort of thing that I love in my fiction. But anyway. Guys, new firmware coming to PS5. This firmware does two cool things. So the PS5 firmware update that I'm discussing will go live the day that we're recording this. So by the time you hear it, you should have downloaded it already or not. You'll be prepared to when you turn your console on. The two things it does there. So there's this thing called audio focus. I've actually noticed because I've been using the Pulse headset to play Indiana Jones and was playing The Last of Us and doing other things like games you have to listen to as opposed to games you're just like fucking playing wildly. Like when I was playing Breakout, I was listening to Lex Friedman or something. But when you really want to focus in on the games, and it says here, quote, audio focus increases immersion by providing presets to amplify soft sounds to meet your hearing preferences, ensuring a clearer audio experience when using headphones or headsets. This feature supports broader accessibility in audio experiences. When the audio focus setting is turned on, you can choose from a range of preset options, which makes it easier to distinguish sounds like in-game character dialogue, subtle sound effects such as footsteps and rustling grass, as well as voices and party chats for a more immersive gaming experience. So this is pretty cool. They give you all the instructions on how you can do it. You can even mess around with party chat, I think, in this way too. And I have noticed with audio design that it's a little inconsistent. And I don't know if it was the headphones or if it would just come that way through your TV or if you use a sound bar or something like that, but perspective of where things are seem louder than they should be sometimes. I'm noticing this in Indiana Jones, like footsteps, and you like turn around and you're like, where? There's like no one even here. Like why is this so loud? He's probably upstairs. I wonder if this will allow me to kind of mess around with that. But the bigger thing, especially for you, Chris, classic console designs for the PS5 UI return. And they write, quote, during our 30th anniversary celebrations, we surprised our fans with a limited time selection of nostalgic customization features for the PS5 system UI. To honor the 4 PlayStation consoles that paved the way for PS5, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation 4. Did you really need to write them all out? Due to the overwhelmingly positive response from our community, we're happy to bring back the look and feel of our 4 console designs for players to customize the home screen on PS5. So you can find this under Appearance, which is nestled under the Settings menu. And you can have your default settings, which I've gone back to, but PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation 4 are all there. So we were hoping they would do that based on popular demand for the 30th anniversary celebration last year. And here it is. Any thoughts on the PS5 firmware updates before we move on?
My main thing is just with this the PS5 UI. I'm going to be a choosy beggar here. Let us use the themes and then change the sounds.
Yeah, right.
Because the sounds are annoying on some of these. And also, they took out the PS1 startup. So even if you apply one of these themes, you don't get the PS1 startup.
That's too bad. Yeah, that was the best part.
That was the best part. So
yeah,
a little annoying.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's never enough.
No, it really isn't.
It's never enough. So I guess I'll stop complaining.
All they do is keep giving. It's funny because the way my TV works downstairs is there's different settings like, cable and PS5 and the Switch and all that. And when the console starts, it like takes it a second to go into HDR, I think. And so I never really got to see the full like startup. because it would always pop in like during it. And I'd be like, come on, guys. What is my TV? LG? Let's get it together.
LG.
Yeah, HDR. Those little things about HDR, like the little flash whenever you like go from a menu into a game. I know that happens to me on the Xbox a lot. I don't know if I like it, man. I don't know. I would prefer the seamlessness of no HDR than whatever the fuck HDR is doing when it kicks in. It's kind of annoying. But that PS1 startup sound was the best part of it. So for me, like, I don't know, but it would be nice to just have the sounds and not the theme, I guess. Is the theme just on that weird little home module that they added, or is it like permanently on like on the main on the home page, no matter which thing you're hovering over?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like that graphic over. At least the screenshot shows like on your home menu, not the home when you press the button, but has like the PS1, like the top part of it or whatever, the bottom part.
Right. I don't know.
Yeah,
I just like the sound. I just like the sounds. I don't need the accoutrements. I just want the PS3 sound.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is I agree with Dustin that some of the sound should be. It would be nice to have more modularity to be able to shut that stuff off. Specifically because, and listen, I'm a huge PlayStation nerd, but you weren't hearing the system sounds on the PS1 really. I mean, unless you were going into the memory card to do things, like you didn't turn on your PS1 or your PS2 without something in it. So it's the PS2 a little more because it would bring up a menu. You could set it to bring up a menu when you put a disc on. That would then you can select to go into something. But those noises are not iconic to me because you weren't turning on the console and then interacting with it. PS3, like you're saying, is where the noise started to become.
Yeah, I like the click.
Yeah.
Although I like PS2 a lot more than I thought I would. PS1, yeah, it's too much. I love the PS1. It's that sound is crazy.
Yeah, the PS1 especially, and I love the PS1. I mean, I had one obviously at the time, but I just have no attachment to that sound. I wouldn't even, if you play like, here are 5 different sounds that the PS1 made when you went to your memory card manager, I would not remember. I'd be like, I don't know.
No shot.
I have no idea. I might have done this 10 times in my entire life. All right. I was obsessed with like keeping like complete saves. Did you guys do the same thing? Now they're just in like a box somewhere. I have like complete saves on these GameCube memory cards and these PS2 memory cards, and I don't even know where they are. PS1.
Oh no,
because there was no other reason to do it. You had like no. You could update. You guys. I never had one. My friend had one. It was called the Dex Drive or the Gex Drive or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was a thing where you could
had like a button.
You could share saves online and kind of filter them through a computer so that you can put them on a memory card. And so
Christ.
people would. So like it was a thing on GameFAQs. There was a whole selection where people would be like, here's a 100% save, and people would upload their saves or whatever. And then you could download them and put them on your own system. I forget what it was called. I think it was something like the Gex Drive or something like that. Can you look it up, Dustin, for me? GE.
I think it's, yeah.
Well, I'll just do it.
Is replay something, Matt?
Oh, you're talking about play action replay or what? Action replay?
I think there was an action replay that did that. Memory card. PC save.
Oh, Dex Drive. Yeah, Dex Drive.
Dex Drive.
This is from GameFAQs. The Dex Drive is a key component for saving multiple game files. With the PlayStation and Nintendo 64 library falling into the hundreds, the need for memory storage is more important than ever. Yeah, so the entire idea was to offload saves from the memory cards you owned because the memory cards were so small. I think it was, you could have like 10 packages on the PS1, right? And then PS2 grew from there. And so, yeah, so then people were like, oh, so it also means you can just send them around and download them. And so that's what they did. Anyway. God, it's a random memory. People have no idea what I'm talking about, probably. Okay. Let's see here. Joe Frey wrote in. Said, hola, muchachos. Hope you're doing well. Devolver Digitals showed off its top 10 highest earning IP along with their plans for the future in an investor presentation recently. And so I was keen to hear your thoughts on at least a couple of the key takeaways from it. Cult of the Lamb was unsurprisingly at the top of the list with $90 million in revenue, but I was very surprised to see Serious Sam, Gungeon, and Hotline Miami end up below games like Astroneer. Is this another sign of echo chamber gamers hyping up one game while the general public love another? Another thought was about how Devolver has decided to right-size studios by making sure their teams aren't heavily affected by layoffs. It's nice to see a publisher actually take action and make sure they don't lose talent in this day and age. Reckon other studios will follow suit. Thank you for all the brilliant content as always. Devolver has a very good reputation, so I think people give them the benefit of the doubt about their PR and their marketing because they're very personable and friendly and funny. But they're gonna. This reminds me of I was just in Macy's and to buy the tie in the mall, and I was in the bathroom like just taking a pee, and then I washed my hands, and then they had no paper towels, and the little air blower was there, and then there was a little sign next to it, and it said like, "Thank you for helping Macy's go green," and I'm like, "Go fuck yourself. You don't want to pay for the paper towels." Just admit that you don't want to pay for the paper towels. You got it, but you give them the benefit of the doubt because they're saying like, we're doing it for the earth. Well, they're right sizing is laying people off. And I didn't include it in the story. And you got to do. Business is business. A lot of people are getting hit in the industry for years now. I think they just laid off like half of one of their studios or something like that. So let's not give them too much credit, but credit enough to keep things viable. But I wanted to share this documentation here, and people can Google it if they want to. It's the Devolver Digital Investor Presentation 2024 results. And it is really interesting to get. I love things like this because they really allow you to get into the weeds of how some of these publishers and these entities work. And reminds me a lot of Yacht Club. They do the same thing, much smaller entity, but where they really show you everything. And you can go through all of the financial cash flow, balance sheet, and all that kind of stuff if you want for the year. But the interesting things, I think, are sales mixes and back catalogs. So this is for the fiscal year 24. So this will be from April 1st, 2024 through March 31st, 2025. So they, in 2024, had back catalog sales of 88% and new titles of 12%. And these numbers are crazy because in 2020, it was 69 back catalog, 31 new. 2021, 64 back catalog, 36 new. And then in 2022, 45 back catalog, 55 new. And then that falls to 83-17 last year and then 88-12. So they are heavily reliant at this point on their old games, which is part of their strategy to kind of do sequels and support these older games. And I think another interesting thing, as was noted in the letter, was it's a slide on page 15, leveraging IP portfolio success. And this does show their biggest games and how much money they've made over time. So on their 10 biggest franchises, both third party and first party, so things they own and things that they have published, they've made $430 million lifetime. This is a little surprising, though, because you do see things like, so for instance, Hotline Miami, which had 2 games and felt huge, even though it was only $10, I think, when it came out. Maybe not even $30 million. I mean, that's an enormous amount of money for that kind of game, but at the same time, he's right that it felt bigger than that. That Hotline Miami 1 is 13 years old. Hotline Miami 2 is 10 years old. So it doesn't seem like, even the Talos Principle, 20 million units. That's or 20 million units, $20 million. The Serious Sam stuff is at $45 million is not so surprising because there's 11 titles counted, while there's only 2 for Hotline Miami, 2 for the Talos Principle and all of that. So anyway, as opposed to focusing on things that don't work, they want to focus obviously on things that do work. And so they want to focus on paid DLC, definitive editions, sequels, and reduce their average investment in third-party titles while refocusing on their internal teams. And so, I don't know. I just wanted to share this with people. I thought it was pretty interesting if you're into the game space. But they're steadily reducing their average investment in third-party titles over time by a third, moving into next year. And I highly recommend people go read this document because you just don't get this much insight into most companies. But I wanted to share that stuff at least. Anything stick out to you guys before we move on?
Just the success of Cult of the Lamb is crazy. 90 million in revenue. It has it listed. And yeah, that's a game. They talk a lot about how like Switch is like super big. I think there was some stat about how big their sales are on Switch. Cult of the Lamb is one of those interesting titles that I think while there are indie games that break out of our bubble, this is one that not only broke out of the bubble, but also has a weird casual appeal to it as well. Like I've met a lot of people that are not super hardcore gamers, but they know about Cult of the Lamb. My mom knew about Cult of the Lamb somehow, I think, from one of her friends. And it's a great game. and they talk about like how the DLC has increased their revenue by 280%, which is crazy. So, cool game.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think the thing that stuck out to me more is Astroneer. Yeah, like Astroneer, I would not have, I would not have anticipated Astroneer being anything, because I don't even think I've really. I'm sure I've heard of Astroneer, but I don't think I've ever really cognizantly placed it in my memory as something to pay attention to. You know,
there's actually it's funny you say that, because there's a IP they bring up multiple times called Stronghold, which I guess is a more casual game that I really have never heard of. And they were sharing Metacritic scores, and then everything had a Metacritic score except for Stronghold, like didn't get enough scores to even have a Metacritic score. And then it's like one of their best selling games of the year. That's
the remaster of the original Stronghold on PC.
Oh, it's not a casual game. That's surprising to me. That's surprising to me then that it didn't attract a Metacritic score.
Yeah, it is a little odd. Those remasters are fucking awesome. I played. I guess the original's out. I don't know if Crusader. Oh, that's out on July 15th. But yeah, this game is like hardcore audience from mid 2000s that absolutely love these games. It's almost like Roller Coaster Tycoon to me, that I go back to it every few years.
All right, some more. Oh, by the way, just on that note, I just wanted to reiterate that I think the most fascinating thing about their financials is just showing their reliance on old games, and how it seems like people are actually there's such a wealth of games coming out all the time, as we always talk about, but we have to remember that they're now stacking up year after year, month after month, year after year, these games. And people are just like, yeah, man, I mean, it's what I've been saying for years. You don't have to even release any more games. Actually, it's great that you do. I love new games, but really, especially if you're new to the space, you would never, ever need to buy a new game. You could just continue to buy old cheap things.
Well, also, shout out to Gorn.
Gorn, yeah, that's on the list.
Gorn is hilarious. And it's nice to see that that's going to have a sequel. VR is weird. It's interesting to see VR invested in at all, because it just seems like such a fickle place.
It does seem fickle, but there's a hardcore audience there that buys this shit, man. I don't know. I shouldn't say shit like it's bad. It buys these products.
Right.
All right. A few more quick announcements, and then we can get into what we're playing. EA and the strategy developer BitReactor have announced Star Wars Zero Company. And on the official EA blog, it says, quote, "Hey, everyone, we're so excited to finally tell you about Star Wars Zero Company, which was just unveiled at Star Wars Celebration Japan this past weekend. Set during the Clone Wars, the game will see players embark on a turn-based tactics campaign with deep strategy and gripping Star Wars storytelling. In this blog, we'll recap all the details you may have missed." So they get into this. Now, there is an announced trailer you can watch for it. And it says, quote, and you can see this in the trailer, "In the game's original story, you will play as Hawks, a disgraced Republic officer who's now leading Zero Company through a war you don't see, the one fought in the shadows, the war beneath the war. An unconventional outfit of professionals for hire hailing from across the galaxy, the members of Zero Company span multiple classic Star Wars archetypes, ranging from astromechs to Jedi. This unlikely ensemble includes a surprising combination of natural teammates and uneasy allies, but they will have to set aside their differences to stop a new threat that, if left unchecked, would consume the galaxy. The company is full of distinct characters we're sure you guys are going to love, but be aware there will be permadeath and limited saves on higher difficulties. To keep them alive and succeed on the battlefield, you need to develop deep strategies that fully utilize your characters, their abilities, and the terrain." This sounds and looks more like something like XCOM.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely not for me. But Star Wars actually lends nicely to this genre, in my opinion. And there are so many interesting character classes. I mean, that was what was so fun about the late 80s, early 90s Star Wars paper and pencil role-playing game, was you could just be like a mercenary or a smuggler or a droid of some sort or a bounty hunter or a criminal or a Jedi, or there is, I mean, for as much as I hate on Star Wars these days, and I do, this is obvious. I don't know if it's going to be any good. I don't know if people are going to like it. I don't know if people are even excited about it, but it'll be on PlayStation 5 in 2026. So people can look forward to that. Any interest from you guys? I doubt that there is any.
Nah. It is interesting we're getting a second game like this with a major branded IP, because there was Marvel Midnight Suns, which was kind of in the same vein too. So, but yeah, I think Star Wars lends well to this. I can't be excited about it. I didn't mention this show. I tried to play Star Wars Jedi Survivor a few weeks ago, and I put in about 30 minutes, and it's like I just can't. I can't do it. I
It's
can't do
crazy.
Star Wars right now. I'm sure the game is great, and it
No,
didn't
yeah.
play bad. There was nothing wrong with it. It was with me, and I was like, not happening. Not doing it.
That's exactly how I feel about it. Where like I look at it and I'm like, I do like the fact that it's a tactics game is cool because I actually like, only recently in the last couple of years have gotten into that genre as a whole, with Gears Tactics kind of pulling me in. And so the idea of it is cool. Like, and I like that there are games like this being made. But yeah, just Star Wars, whether it's fair or unfair, just for me has a stink on it that kind of taints whatever it's attracted to. Like, I was way more interested in Midnight Suns than I am in this, and I'm still not really that interested in Midnight Suns. You know, so it's unfortunate because I do like these games. I just wish they were attached to, I don't know, either original IP or just like different ones. I don't know. Star Wars does not inspire excitement in me at all. It never really did, to be fair, but especially now, like now it's like a tedium kind of thing where it's like, okay, this again. Those Jedi Fallen Order games, Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order, they're great, but I can't. It's a shame.
All right. This isn't for you guys, but this is obviously huge news for a lot of people. And I have this over at Video Games Chronicle. EA Sports College Football 26 release date and Madden NFL 26 release date both confirmed. So Madden, well, actually, College Football 26 will come first. It will be available July 2nd. And if you get the deluxe edition, you'll get access to it beginning July 7th. Madden 26 will release on August 14th, the next month, and you'll get early access to it the 11th if you get the deluxe edition. It's worth noting that, and they started doing this, I think, 1 or 2 years ago, that they have the MVP bundle, which is Madden and college football to get together. So I guess it would have only happened last year. And you can pre-order the deluxe edition, which will give you the early access to both copies for $150 right now digitally on PS5. But if you have EA Play, you can pre-order by the 30th of this month, and it says you'll get it for $134.99. So it's $15 off, not so bad. But the deluxe editions seem pretty expensive because I think if you just got college football and Madden separately, are they $60 or $70 games? But that would be $140. So you're paying $10 or $20 for early access if that's important to you. I'm sure it is important to a lot of people. And let's remember, College Football 26 was, I think, the best-selling game last year in the United States. So not too shabby. And as we reported a few weeks ago, they're paying all the athletes, I think, 3 times more this year than they paid last year because the game did so well. So good stuff for them. If you're looking forward to college football, again, College Football 26 on July 10th, early access July 7th, Madden August 14th with early access on August 11th. I thought this was a fun little note I just wanted to share. There's a PlayStation blog posting for Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny Remastered, an interview with Motohide Ishiro, who's the director of this remaster of the 2002 classic PlayStation 2 game. There's cool stuff you can read about, some of the changes they made, some of the changes they didn't. However, one of the changes that they made was that they put in a hell difficulty, which is 1-hit kill. And they write here, quote, "It's definitely not for all players. This is something like a challenge from the developers, especially for those players who brag about their skills. We really want players to experience epic sword battles full of tension. I haven't been able to complete this mode yet, but we figure that even if one person in the world can complete the game, that will be okay. Another team member has been able to complete this new hell mode, so we know it's not impossible. So I hope that players, especially those who have confidence in their skills, will play it. Even if you don't, you can progress a little at a time by frequently saving. Of course, if you complete it, that'll be amazing." Sounds tedious. Really tedious.
Yeah.
But you can save scrub. Kind of defeats the purpose, I think, in some sense. Man, I'm excited about Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny, I'm going to tell you. Really, really excited to play it. And I'm going to go back and play Onimusha Warlords again. It came to PS1 in 2019, I think. But I'll definitely play it again. And obviously Onimusha 2, May 23rd. So that's the week before Lost Soul Aside. Man, we're really stacked up. I am so inundated with games. Like, it's crazy how many games are coming. It's exciting. Finally, these came out today via Blue Sky over at Matt Piscatella's Blue Sky. Matt Piscatella is the an analyst over at Circana, which tracks games industry spending and software and hardware sales and so on and so forth. And the top 20 premium games, both at digital on digital storefronts and in brick and mortar storefronts are as follows. So these are for March 2nd through April 5th in the United States. The best-selling game of the month was Assassin's Creed Shadows, followed by MLB The Show 25. And then the previous number one, Monster Hunter Wilds, is in third. WWE 2K25 in fourth, and Split Fiction at 5. It's great news because 4 of those 5 games are new entrants on the list. So people are still buying their new games. Other interesting stuff here. PGA Tour 2K25 is killing. Number 7. It was at number 4 last month rather. Bleach, Rebirth of Souls, something you would probably play, Dustin, because you're a fucking dork. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 at number 10. And what else here? Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster. 18, number 18. Spider-Man 2, 19. College Football 25 at 20. So that's with that's dollar sales on physical and digital content for all platforms. Best selling to date. So this is from the beginning of January through April 5th. Monster Hunter Wilds is America's best selling game. Assassin's Creed Shadows is number 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, number 3. MLB The Show 25, already number 4. Black Ops 6, number 5. WWE 2K25 is 6. Anything else interesting on here? Civilization 7 at 7. Split Fiction at 10. Avowed at 20. Interestingly.
Hogwarts Legacy there still.
Yep, number
also.
18. Spider-Man 2 is still on the list, selling steadily. Red Dead obviously is still selling steadily. Let's see here. Anything else?
Grand Theft Auto 5 at 11, man.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
For years, we've been just flummoxed by how successful that game is.
If you just count PS5 and PS4 sales for America from March 2nd through April 5th, MLB The Show 25 was the best-selling game, and that's only on PS5, so we know that that's because this is the first year it's skipping PS4. So MLB The Show 25 was PlayStation's best-selling game for the month, with Assassin's Creed Shadows in second, WWE 2K25 in third, Monster Hunter Wilds in fourth, and Split Fiction at 5. Bleach was number 9. Again, a Dustin game. Anything stick out to you guys there? Dustin, I know you're going to be all over that Bleach Rebirth of Souls.
I've never seen Bleach, but it's fine.
Oh, you have.
Yeah, I'm surprised Kingdom Come Deliverance being number 3. It seems pretty crazy.
Killing.
Happy for him.
Daniel Varva, right? Varva?
Yeah.
Killing it. The original director of Mafia. Pretty interesting to go from.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. He was the head of 2K Czech that made Mafia 1 and 2, I want to say.
Yeah, man, it's interesting how talent just. I mean, even just with Claire Obscura, that team being made up of like former Ubisoft people, and just coming out of the ground with like this fucking 9 out of 10 damn near JRPG is fascinating.
It's interesting that they can come out of Ubisoft, with all due respect, with something so unique and stylish. Just because, though I think people are being too hard on Fair Games, you can tell that Fair Games is made by a Ubisoft studio, basically. Like they didn't shed their Ubisoft weight at all. While these guys really shed it completely.
You have to imagine that these were the people there that were just like yearning to do something. You know what I mean? There's probably an element of doing the same, and I don't want to be too disparaging, but like doing the same thing over and over again that kind of burns a certain kind of deep desire to really do the opposite. And you have to imagine that this team is probably that.
Yeah, it's interesting to think there's probably a group of people that really want to make the same thing over and over again, and they're really good at it, like Assassin's Creed or something. And then there's probably a lot of people that are like, I got to do something else, especially with how long the games take to make. If they were still taking 2 years, maybe 3 for like something huge, it would be like, okay, we'll just make Batman for a decade. But when you're only getting 1.5 games out in that time, you probably want to kill yourself. I mean, I want to kill myself anyway. So, sorry, I'm just writing a few notes. All right. Guys, that's all we have for the news. All right, guys, let's get into what we're playing. We already talked about Oblivion earlier. I'm sitting, by the way, again. I was standing for 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's not so bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
I gotta get like a more comfortable thing to stand on, like a pad of some sort.
Yeah, and anti-fatigue mats, I think.
Yeah, like it's a little much, but I feel good standing that long. All right, so Dustin, you're only playing Oblivion Remastered, so we're done with you.
Yeah. Well, I'll chime in a little bit when Chris is talking about blueprints, but I'm that's pretty much it.
All right. So, Chris, let's get into what you're playing as well. Let's start with Marathon. Liam talks about Rodin and said, "Hello, my sussy little bakas." What does that mean? Oof.
I don't know.
I'm not going to explain it.
There's plenty to talk about as usual, but this is of the utmost importance, Chris. Marathon Alpha, it's here and people are playing, including yourself. I hope you've had time to stew on the game and play it plenty. What are your thoughts so far on it? As it's important that a person I listen to on YouTube has an opinion on a game so I can either love it or hate it. Thanks for answering if you do. And as always, keep up the great podcast that gets me through my work days. Liam, thank you for writing in. So what are your thoughts here on the Marathon Alpha?
Yeah, man. So I got in. I actually got in thanks to a listener. I'm not sure if he's a listener of Sacred or Snark Tank or what, but like, sorry, Miss Jackson is his name, and I appreciate.
Yeah, thanks for helping me too. You know.
Well, he said specifically, he was like, I have a code for the Xbox version, which is not ideal. I would have preferred the Steam one to stream it because that was what I was planning to do.
Wait, did you mean Sorry Miss Jackson, the Black Eyed Peas song?
Yes, sorry, the Black Eyed Peas song.
That's an old reference. All right,
yeah. That's so stupid. No, yeah. So much shout out to them. Much appreciated. It's the Xbox code. So I did not get this. And also like a bunch of people sent me their friend codes, but they didn't work. Like because they weren't codes. They were just like I had 3 separate people reach out to me. It's like, hey, I have a friend code, and they sent me a link to Bungie, which presumably I guess that's how they dole out the French code. Like I don't know. But it just took you to the survey again at Bungie.net. I don't know what the deal is with that. I saw a lot of people complaining about that. Very weird system, very tedious to get. So I'm only in by the sheer kindness of somebody who just had a code for the Xbox, didn't really end up needing it, or just kind of, I think they said they had a bunch of school stuff that kind of fell into their lap and they just weren't going to have time to play it anyway. So thanks to that person. But yeah, I wish I had more time with it. I've spent... because I've been obviously doing Oblivion as well. But I've put about, I want to say about 4 hours into it so far. I'm going to play a shit ton more of it tonight. Flesh out my opinions a little bit more. I'll definitely have more to say next week. But off the rip, I will say that I am surprised by how intense and serious this game is. And what I mean by that is like, I expected a level of, not levity, because that's not necessarily the right term, but I expected Bungie to take the accessibility of an extraction shooter a lot more. I thought that was going to be like a more obvious focus. And I think it is in some ways, but this is still a very niche and this is not a genre for the faint of heart at all. Like there's a lot to learn. There's your first few games you're going to spend in complete disoriented confusion as you kind of wonder whether or not things are supposed to work the way they are supposed to work, or whether or not that's a bug or not. Or I'll give you an example. Like the whole goal of this is to get in, go through these various locations, rummage through, find valuable items, and then get your way to an extraction point alive so that you can get all of the value of those items combined, choose to do that with that what you will. Maybe it's a gun that you want to sell. Maybe it's a gun that you want to keep in your vault for later. And so your goal is to get out with either really good gear or really expensive loot that you can sell to give you the opportunity to buy more loot, basically. And that's the kind of like the loop. And it is an enthralling loop, but it only really hooked me on like the final hour that I had to play with it, when I finally like kind of understood the map layout and kind of understood how the game felt. I think this game would do a lot. This game would benefit really highly from just not even necessarily like a PvE mode or like a single player campaign or anything like that, although it would, but just give me like a training room just to feel out sensitivity, you know, and things like that, and get that stuff dialed in. Because as it stands right now, the only way you can really tweak that stuff is in the middle of like really stressful situations where like you might not be able to really adjust that shit on the fly. But an example of like where I'm not sure if this is working right, or like I'm not sure if I'm getting it, is when you open up a container or like open up a chest or whatever, it'll show whatever's in there, but they'll slowly pop in. Right? Like it's not all immediately obvious to you off the rip the second you open it. It pops in over time. And when I was playing, I was like, oh, is that like loading in? Like, is it just taking a while? Like, is it a glitch? And it's like, no, the idea is that you are actually, when you open that menu, your character is physically searching for stuff. So it takes time to get to stuff that's maybe higher rarity or higher value. And that really tripped me up because it kind of felt like something was broken or something wasn't working right. But then once I understood, like, oh, okay, so this is how it's supposed to be, like there was less friction with that immediately. So it's like, I don't know, it's a very intense, very specific genre. A lot of my game time was spent not fighting anybody. I actually like, and again, this is a problem that's in here specifically because it's an alpha that not everybody has access to. I would have much rather preferred to play this with friends of mine as opposed to random people. But I didn't really have that option. And so like that was frustrating, but that's not a fault of the game. That's just like the nature of like what we're doing. So like I'm trying to separate these things out. But what I will say is like I've gone into several runs solo, and you can do that. You can solo queue or go in with team fill off. And there's a character that I think is like really kind of tailor made for that. There's like a stealth character that can go invisible and has like a lot of those kinds of abilities. And you can do some of your quests like that. And that's cool, but it's really fucking hard to exfiltrate with anything of value when you're just one person up against other people, other teams of 3 or, you know, whatever have you. But I found myself really getting into the stealth fantasy of it. Like being able to drop into a map. There were maps where I didn't shoot once. And I found that weirdly compelling. But at the same time, as a stealth player, I really like that. And I'm really into it. But from a Bungie game, that's weird because Bungie's combat is the secret sauce that makes these games special. So to play a game where you're like, I feel really incentivized to avoid combat, not because it's bad, but because, you know, I'm outnumbered or because I just don't really stand that much of a chance, is like a weird kind of dissonance that I don't know if I would feel if I had like a team of friends with me that wouldn't be at play. But one thing I will say, it plays immaculately. It feels good to move around. The art style is gorgeous. I think it looks significantly better in game than it does in like compressed Twitter videos or YouTube videos. Like, I think the YouTube videos actually do the game like a really crazy disservice. As far as just like the fidelity and just the art style. I dig the sound design and the art design, and the story nuggets that are here are really interesting. So like there's different corporations that you can align with. One of them that I'm focusing on right now, just because I think it's interesting, is New Caloric, which is like this agricultural company that makes all this like futuristic food. And like a lot of their ads are just like, it's really funny. It's tongue in cheek. They've got like, you know, meat that isn't, and it's just like a pink pill with like a number on it. And it's like very dystopian. It's like, this is your steak. And it's like a pink pill with like the number 150 on it. And I like it. And the AI is like the AI that heads the company and kind of interfaces with you is the old Halo announcer, which is kind of fun to hear him and like to hear him, or at least I'm like 95% positive that that's him. But his story is like, yeah, he heads this company, and you know, a lot of the Earth's or a lot of humanity's best agricultural scientists came to Tau Ceti 4 on the marathon, and now they're all gone. We need that data, and we need like what they were working on, because we're left with kind of nothing out here. And that's your kind of incentive for that company. Other companies have different motivations, but that was the one that I felt was most interesting. Okay. And your progress throughout these maps is like, okay, you can go to, you're given like different little contracts. And you like, go to here and download this, then go over there, download this, then upload it here. And you can do all that stuff and you can make progress of it. And if you die, your progress isn't erased. If you die, all you lose is the stuff that you bring in and the stuff that you extract. But like your overall mission progress stays the same, because canonically it did happen. You died and then you got reprinted, which I think is interesting. It's like a nice way to make you feel like not all of your runs are purposeless, even if you extract with nothing. So there's a lot here, but I also feel like I don't know if this is going to convert as many people into the extraction shooter genre that weren't already willing to give it a go as you would have assumed based on like the pedigree of the studio making it, because it is ultimately like you'll have games where like there's just no action at all. And you'll have games where like you get killed by an AI right off the rip. You'll have games where, you'll just get jumped by a team of 3 people who just have ungodly skill, and it's PvP and it's brutal, and it really is not. I don't know how. I don't know. I guess the point of this is to say, like, I don't know how casual you can really make an extraction shooter, because it is inherently very intense. And I think they do some good jobs with like some of the lighter stuff. Like, it tells you the value of everything in a container, for example, which I think in Tarkov and other games you just kind of have to discern and you learn over time.
Hmm.
And there's other little things like that, but yeah, I don't know. I really like it. I really vibe with it, but I don't know if I see. Like, I'll put it like I'll say, like, Colin, no way. Like, I don't think this is for you at all.
You know, I got that vibe because I think it was just last week or maybe 2 weeks ago where I'm like, maybe I'll give it a Helldivers college try, like, you know. But then hearing and seeing more about it, I'm like, yeah, no, it's really not worth it. What do the Tarkov people think of it?
I don't know. I don't know if I've looked into that much. I know that they unveiled like a crazy like roadmap thing around the time that the Bungie reveal was happening. So like,
Tarkov did?
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't speak to me at all. You know, I'm not familiar with Tarkov even slightly. I think I know. I played it. I think I played it for like 30 minutes a long ass time ago. I have like a very, very barely rudimentary understanding of that game.
Yeah, I love the art style. I'm glad that they lifted their NDA stuff. So, because I just think shit's going to leak anyway. There's just really no reason to do it. And then the things that are going to leak, are probably going to be bad. So you want everyone to just be able to put everything up, I think, if you're going to give people access at this point. And I'd be very interested to know what Tarkov people think, just because that game probably is its major competition, or where it's going to try to peel people away from, I would assume.
Yeah. I mean, Tarkov does seem to be like the PUBG equivalent, where it's just like it was the janky thing that did really, really well, that a lot of people really seem to like. And this seems to be going for more like, not a Fortnite approach in the sense that it's like, you know, oh, here's, you know, Jake from State Farm in a fucking, you know, extraction shooter, but like it is trying to make it more accessible. It is more kind of out there. The sci-fi aesthetic kind of differentiates it. I want to say, like, I do think it is great, but it is an extraction shooter. Like, there's no getting around it. Like, even from a casual perspective, it's pretty fucking serious. I've enjoyed going in alone, but I've gotten my shit rocked quite often.
Before I let you off of this topic, Papa Fridge wrote in, I'm interested in this. He says, hey, CDC. Don't know if anyone else will mention this, but for the Marathon Alpha, when it loads, you get an SIE Presents card and the PlayStation Studios intro as well. Saw it myself on my Xbox copy, which I still find funny. I know it's not new news with that PlayStation has taken the reins of Bungie, but can't remember if we've seen any definitive proof. With that in mind, what are the updated thoughts on Marathon and Sony now running a Bungie at least to a significantly greater extent? Cheers. This is nothing but an interesting little point for me. It's just, I'm surprised by that. And I think that the reality of Bungie then, when Sony had bought them in 2022, and the reality of Bungie now, like, I don't think you would see this branding if Bungie was in a stronger position, actually. And because I think Bungie would have been in a greater position. Because remember when they were purchased, they're like, we're basically not even with Sony. Like, it was like a very arrogant sort of thing where like nothing changes for us. We just took all of their money. And now it's very different. And so when I read that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. So that's true. There's an SIE thing and a PlayStation logo.
Yeah, it was trippy, especially because I wasn't expecting to play it on Xbox, obviously, but I ended up getting an Xbox code, and it was really weird to boot up the. And again, this has happened before with games that I don't really play, like MLB The Show. Was the first one, but it was especially weird seeing, you know, SIE, PlayStation Studios, Bungie, like those in a string was like, whoa, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, interesting.
I went back to the PlayStation blog where they announced Bungie is joining PlayStation. First paragraph. First off, I want to be very clear to the community that Bungie will remain an independent and multi-platform studio and publisher. We believe it makes sense to sit alongside the PlayStation Studios organization.
Right. So like that's so I was totally right. Like this wasn't the intention. This is turned into this at this point. Interesting. Yeah, thank you for doing that. All right. So that's Marathon. Now, the alpha? Do you have more to say? Is the alpha ongoing? Is it end soon?
I don't know how long it's out 4, I don't know. I think it's still going. Like there'll still be ample opportunity to play, I think. So I'm going to put up a lot more time into it. I'm just like bummed that it is so closed and that friend codes aren't working, because I would really like to play this with people, that I know, especially teams that like I can coordinate with. As right now, it's just kind of like I'm with random people and just going on solo runs, which the game was not designed for, although I do kind of like it. So that's the biggest blemish on here that I don't think is the game's fault, because it's just the nature of like how this operates. Like once it's open to everybody, it won't be a problem, especially in the open beta, which I assume will happen at some point. But
yeah, imagine how much fun we would have together.
I know.
If only.
It's fucking annoying. Like I'm just sitting there being like, I have so many friends who are like, okay, I wish I could play with you. I'm like, yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
I feel like the situation should have been, especially once they opened it up without any kind of NDA or streaming, should have been like, okay, if you got an invite, here are 2 additional codes, so you can have your own squad to play with. But
exactly.
No.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, because I do think it's harming. Also, dude, proximity chat needs to be in this. Yeah. I felt strongly about that before, but like I feel way more strongly about that after playing it, where especially as a solo guy, there was a period where like I was in this room and I heard some gunfire. By the way, that's one of the things I like about being solo, is that like when you hear gunfire, it's not friendly. Like you kind of understand immediately. You don't think your teammate is off on the other doing some weird shit that could be for you or could be against you. It's very unambiguous. But I was in this room and I was like looting some stuff, and I saw AI fighting this other squad and down one of them. And then I shot the AI and I walked over to them and they started shooting me a little bit, but I did the universal like crouch a bunch of times thing. So they kind of understood that I was trying to communicate with them something. And then they kind of let me go. And we were about to have this thing where like, okay, like I'm a single guy operating with this team of 3. I wonder what we can do with this. This is interesting. And then an AI came in and killed me immediately, but I couldn't communicate with them. And it would have been nice to have that. So like, I don't know. I think the lack of proximity chat is robbing this game of a lot of potential shareable moments that I think would genuinely get people excited about the game. Like, I love that I can do that as a solo player, just like make these on the fly alliances. I think that's dope. And it's really interesting. It's the thing that makes me want to go back and play it, but to not be able to showcase that and not really have that deeper communication is it's a real bummer. And I hope they alleviate it. I hope they come to their senses on that.
Yeah. I went and looked this up, by the way. The alpha began April 23rd. So that's yesterday from when we were recording, and it runs through May 4th.
Oh shit.
Which
Yeah.
is a
great.
Sunday. So it's 11 days.
I'll have a lot of time with it then. And I hope there's like waves of codes, which I think that's what they said. So hopefully, Dustin, you'll be able to get in. We can go in and do some stuff. But like it's lonely. It's a multiplayer squad based game, and I'm playing it by myself. It sucks. But again, not the game's fault. Just the way this is rolling out, not ideally. So I'll have more concrete, more fleshed out thoughts by the time we record next week. As of right now, again, only 4 hours. Still kind of learning the basics. But yeah. And Blueprints.
Yeah, Blueprints. I was going to say, yeah. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I was fucking with it a little bit. I played it for far longer than I thought I would. I am into it. It's a really neat concept. And strangely, like the concept of building a mansion as you're walking through it in a roguelike kind of setting, or like a kind of randomized kind of setting is interesting. Especially because like there are certain things that are always true about the rooms and like things that aren't. And I really like it. And I find it very accessible for such a strange out there like this could have easily been like a concept that was kind of too cute or too out there to really get into, but it is strangely like very intriguing. But I don't know if I'm just shit at it or if I'm just having terrible luck. I just keep ending up looping myself into dead ends constantly. Like I'm on day, as of when I put it down last, I was on day 12. So like I haven't put like, dozens of hours into it or anything. But I do feel like it feels like I'm not really making progress, and I don't know if it's supposed to feel like that until you do. But I like the way the game plays. I like the way it looks. I like the atmosphere of it. I like the premise a lot. But ultimately, it is a puzzle game that I think I might just be too stupid for. Like I don't know. I need to put more time into it. But like with Marathon and Oblivion, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot right now.
Holly and I are now past day 100
Jesus
on
Christ.
Blueprints, and I think I'm at the point that I'm. If Holly wants to keep playing, we can. But I think I've had enough. Where I mentioned before, we're looking up certain things. There's basically one outside of some like random trophies that are like specific challenges to do. There's one last thing for us to do in the game, and I briefly was looking at how you achieve this goal, and I was like, "Fuck no!" Like it sucks because we've achieved pretty much everything else in the game, but this one last, and I get it. It's like the final challenge, but I mean, this game I've already been outclassed hours ago with what this game requires from you mentally. But Chris, I think that it's weird. This game has a curve of like how frustrated you are with RNG, because I felt really frustrated at first, but I stuck with it, and then that became one of the most satisfying parts. But
yeah,
to be vague, one of the last things we did required a specific room in a specific way, and I spent hours where I had immaculate runs where I filled up every possible room, and I just wasn't getting it. And I was like, you know what? Fuck this. This is pissing me off. But I was so invested at that point. I was like, I gotta do this. So it's weird. The RNG, because last week I was very, very positive that I was like, it's okay. You'll get past the RNG woes. But then at the tail end of the game, I was like, ooh, maybe not. Still amazing, but
yeah. I think it's great. I think the presentation's phenomenal. I really do think it's like a genuinely. It reminds me, presentation wise, Colin, of Gone Home. Actually, like there's like a subtle cell shading to it that's not quite. It's not quite Borderlands egregious, but it's not. Yeah, it's interesting. It's got a nice look. It's got a nice feel. I like the atmosphere a lot. I like playing Blueprints. You know, moving through it and doing it. But it's I don't know. I'll definitely pick it up again. I think there's something in the back of my mind that makes me want to revisit it, but it's probably on hold for a little bit.
What do you think about the parlor puzzles that have the 3 boxes?
Those are my least favorite.
Dude,
I think they're annoying.
They get so fucking stupid later on, where each box has 3 statements on them.
Yeah.
And so the idea, for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, you have to determine which box has gems in it. Gems is a currency. And so there's a logic puzzle that involves 3 statements on the boxes. You have to determine which one's true, which 2 are false. Dude, they get out of pocket. Where it gets to the point, I mentioned this last week, there's a math puzzle in the billiards room that involves a dartboard, where you are, it gets so fucking annoying, where it's like, please, no more math.
No more math. I like that puzzle. At least as of right now, I haven't experienced it like 200 times. So like maybe that would decrease my enjoyment of it. But like, I don't really have a lot of reasons to do math anymore. You know?
Sure.
Not really. So like having like a little problem put in front of me and like solving it, I don't know. There's something nice about it. It flexes a muscle in my brain that isn't used all that often. So I think I appreciate it for that. But it is ultimately just like a fucking math quiz in the middle of the game. It's presented in a cute dartboard way, but it is kind of, you know.
They'll have you finding square roots and rounding, and it's bad later. Because I felt the same way, where I was like, oh, this is nice.
Sounds thrilling.
But
it's very thrilling.
Yeah, no, it looks like a cool game. I watched some gameplay of it. It's like a puzzle adventure game, so it's definitely not for me. But Dustin, I updated you on PSN profiles and looked at your profile. You have some really rare trophies in this game. You have a trophy.
Some of them are fucking hard.
Trophy of sigils. Unlock all 8 realm sigils. Only 0.2% of people that play the game have that.
That was the achievement that I felt like I had enough. Where I was like, this is the goal I wanted to complete. I'm good now that I've done that.
What you're missing is, I was telling you, there's like a platinum in this. So once you get all the trophies, you get a trophy that then gives you the platinum, which is very weird. But so the other trophies you're missing, and that's the rarest trophy. You're missing 4 gold trophies, all having to do with room 46. Reach room 46 in dare mode, curse mode in 1 day in under an hour.
Yep.
And then you're missing trophy of wealth, which is the most common trophy you're missing, but 0.6%. Buy out the entire showroom.
I know how theoretically to do that. It's getting the right run.
Trophy of drafting, win the drafting strategy sweepstakes. That's 0.1%, and that's silver.
Yeah, that one would be really hard too.
And then you'll have the platinum. You get all those.
I have not attempted there's like the dare mode and the cursed mode. I haven't even attempted those.
Let me put this in the context for you. Not that PSN Profiles counts all trophy hunters, because they don't, but it is a place where hardcore people that care about this thing go and are automatically updating their profiles all the time to add into the leaderboards. 16 people have the platinum trophy, which is nothing. Like literally nothing. There are games like where there are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people that have the platinum trophy. So, and this game's on PS Plus, so it's going to be accessible to way more people. So this is a hard fucking game to platinum. And that some of your trophies might be amongst the rarest trophies I even have. Because I think, let me see, my rarest trophy is 1.08%, which is from Homefront. So you actually have gotten the game rarer trophies than I have. That's
crazy. I mean, I think a lot of people get to the credits of this game and then say, I've had enough. And I think you'll only get maybe 1 or 2 when you get to the end of the game. Well, the quote unquote end of the game, the credits.
Yeah, actually, full boat, enter a public match in a party with 16 players in multiplayer. That is a Homefront trophy that I actually got because I played it with the listeners of Podcast Beyond. 0.5%. So, yeah, you're killing it.
I'm trying to figure out how to find my rarest trophies. I'm on my profile.
You have to log. Oh no, if you go to your profile, and then you might have to be logged in, but it'll show. You might have to be logged in. It's a module on the right side. It says rarest trophies, and then it'll show you.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's right here. Let's see. So yeah, my 2 rarest are from Blueprints, and then after that, there's a Jackbox Party Pack. That's my 3rd rarest, and then Nidhogg 2.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, my rarest ones are from Homefront and Medieval Moves, because no one played Medieval Moves. All right. No one even knows what Medieval Moves is because you're all fucking posers. Thank you for writing in. Okay. So, Chris, that's everything you're playing.
Yeah.
Dustin, we've already gone to Oblivion, so you're just sitting there like a quiet little boy. I can go quickly through mine because I was on Summon Sign this past week, so I talked about these games extensively. But also, I just don't really have very much more to say about them. I platinumed The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, so that's platinum number 181. And I am still working my way through the New Game Plus Grounded mode playthrough. I'm in Seattle day 3 for Abby, so I'm very late in the game now. I'm really riveted by this playthrough for some reason. Hot Through the Shart wrote in and said, just wanted to amplify The Last of Us Grounded mode after Colin's playthrough. In many ways, it feels like how it should be played. The environment becomes a puzzle. The atmosphere is so much more gripping and the challenge is super satisfying. If you can be patient with dying a lot, The Last of Us Grounded mode is top tier. Totally agree. It's a really, really unique and interesting way to play the game. And I never really gave it much of a shot. I never played it in the original because it was Grounded mode was first added to the original The Last of Us on PS3. So there are like trophies for that mode. I just never played it. And basically Grounded mode, for people that don't know, removes your ability to use listen mode, which is when you hold down, I guess, it would be R1. I can't even remember anymore. And you can kind of see the silhouettes of enemies around you and stuff and where everyone's moving. It just gives you a way to plan. It's very useful. In this game, you can't do that. Plus, you have barely any ammo. Plus, you get barely any items. Plus, you can barely make any noise or take any damage. And there are places where I've died like a dozen times before I've gotten through or more. But it is, you put it perfectly where it's like, it is a puzzle. There are ways through. Sometimes the best solution is to just run. Sometimes the best solution is to not kill everything or to just slink through quietly and just leave an area. You start noticing things about the game's design because you always kill everything in all the areas when you play the game on normal or even on hard, where you're always like lifting up something by holding triangle or trying to get through something. And that's to start making noise so that you don't sneak through the maps, basically. And you don't realize that when you don't really realize that readily when you are trying to kill everything or you want to kill everything. But there are just many times where it's like, the amount of ammo I'm going to spend here and the amount that I'm going to find is not commensurate, and I should just try to get out of here. And it's very good. Like, I really, really recommend this mode of play for those that are into the extreme difficulty, and it is fucking hard. There's no doubt about it. And there are ways people cheat, by the way, through grounded mode, and I don't really understand what the purpose of that is. That you can abuse accessibility options. And I guess the major one people do is that they make it so that when you are prone, you're invisible. And you can basically just shimmy through the maps. And I'm like, well, what is the purpose of doing that? That's so strange. And it obviously doesn't let you get around the boss fights and stuff too. So yeah, shout out to The Last of Us Grounded Mode. We'll stop talking about the game now. But we won't stop talking about the HBO show. We have our ongoing episode by episode review discussion and spoiler cast going on patreon.com/laststandmedia for the show. We will not be publishing those live for everyone. We'll be doing the same thing with Twisted Metal later in the year as well, which comes back this summer. And then I'm playing Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Sexhaver69 wrote in and said, "Hi, CDC. I wanted to bring this up because I have seen no one talk about this so far. What the hell is up with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle not giving us the choice to turn off head bobbing? There is a surprising lack of accessibility and display features in the settings, like an FOV slider to combat this on the PS5 version that I have seen on other platforms. I'm complaining only because this is one of the few features that gives me severe motion sickness, and as a fan of the franchise, I was super excited to boot up the game and play as Indiana Jones, but instead all I got was a Michael J. Fox simulator. Hope all is well, and I'm super excited to see the great work you're all doing in the coming weeks. Thank you." I didn't notice this. This is not something I noticed. I wanted to acknowledge it because it's always funny to hear like what makes people sick. We were talking about this recently with my new experiences with PSVR 2 playing Arizona Sunshine, where I just can't do it. It's just like, it sucks. It's the first time I've ever played a game where I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it. But I also really wanted to read your letter because I like your name. Sexhaver69. Thank you for writing in. Appreciate you. So Indy, I'm like 6 hours maybe in or something like that. I bounced off of it. I've been playing it in like drips and drabs. And the reality is, and I was explaining this on Summon Sign, is I think it's good, but I'm surprised by how wildly people were raving about this game, in my opinion. It's really well done from an environmental perspective. Great voice acting and writing, compelling story, characters, all that stuff's there. It looks good, but the gameplay is not great, in my opinion. I just don't think it's great. I think using your whip to platform is a little awkward. Kind of shoving you from first to third person to give you perspective as you're scrambling up things or whatever. There are a lot of video games things you just have to kind of turn your head off, your mind off with too. Like, it's just really funny. Like, I'm actually laughing out loud sometimes because Indiana Jones is like in the Vatican dressed like a priest, and he's like using, zip lines to like go around, and there's just Nazi fascist or Italian fascists everywhere, and another priest that no one's like batting an eye. I'm like just jumping on things and like bumping into people and just fucking around. And so that's a game, but there are things like that I think are a little bit unimmersive. And I think the gameplay itself is just the stealth system is shockingly easy to manipulate. Now, I'm playing on the normal modes that they suggest you play on. Maybe it gets crazier, but I'm playing the way most people are going to experience it. And it's crazy how easy it is to manipulate the AI. And, just like someone sees you and then you just walk around a pillar, and then he just walks around the pillar, and then you're just walking clockwise around the pillar, and you just sneak up behind him and hit him in the head. That kind of shit that you really can't get away with in the great stealth games. And I'm not saying this is going to be one of the great stealth games, but it plays more like Wolfenstein. But Wolfenstein has obviously it's machine games, but Wolfenstein has the trappings of excellent shooting. Like, it's fun to play, and it's fun to shoot and use the different weapons and all of the rest. This kind of lacks that. So really what it becomes is a puzzle solving adventure game in some sense, with some rudimentary gameplay around it that I'm not crazy about, but I am compelled by it. And I must admit that the more I've played it, the more I've liked it. I started doing the you do field work or whatever, which is like the side quests, and I've done a few of those. I did a few of those last night. Like I helped this nun, and I helped this other rival archaeologist who thinks he recognizes me, and all the rest. It's pretty cool. But so I don't know what I was expecting, but like a lot of it does stand up to how good people say it is, or a lot of people say it is. But the gameplay, I think the UI is a mess too. Not the UI, the menu system. I guess that would be part of the UI. So not like not the HUD, let's say, but like the interfacing with the map and the list of all the shit you have and all. It's good, but I'm not blown away by it by any stretch of the imagination. I got to be honest. You played it, right, Chris?
Yeah, I played. I was up to the last. I got pretty deep into it. I think I'm on the last area, which has like a boat in it, which like I'm not crazy. I don't know. Like I thought it was like the least compelling environment for me personally. Like I thought Egypt is. I don't know if you've gone to Egypt yet.
No, I'm still in the first area.
Egypt. By the way, that's in the trailer. It's not a spoiler, but like,
I'm not.
Egypt is sick. Egypt is probably like my favorite location in that game, and it is because there is so much emergent stuff going on, and there is a lot of the side stuff in Egypt is particularly fun, but it is an awkward game.
Yeah, it is.
It reminds me of Deathloop a lot. Where like I could very much see, like if I had played that game on a different day, I would have been like, this isn't hitting. Yeah. But I also I watched the entire Indiana Jones trilogy like before I played it, so it kind of got me set into it. And I think it's written exceptionally well.
Yeah, it is good. It's good, and the performances are good.
Yeah,
the characters are interesting. All the trappings are good, but I just think as it's machine games, I'm not some person that comes lately to like machine game stuff. I was there from the very beginning, from their first game. I know what I like about them, and I was saying this to Brad. I guess this is not really spoilery because it's Indiana Jones. It's like it's funny that even when they don't deal with Nazi occultism in Wolfenstein, they still want to deal with Nazi occultism in machine games. It's like, yeah, well, we won't make a Temple of Doom style Indiana Jones games that has nothing to do with this shit. We're gonna just lean right into it, and it's right in their wheelhouse, which I never really. It was funny. The more that became clear, I was like, that's kind of strange. But cool. I mean, that's what people love. I'm a person who thinks Temple of Doom is the best indie movie. A lot of people don't think that. They think that the Nazi ones are the best, and I get that. So you want to lean into that. So Brad put it best, where he's like, it's very Episode 7 Star Wars. Like, let's do something safe and see. And I think Phil Spencer did say that they see that there could be more of this, but I think he says in the quote that when people ask him about a sequel to this, where he's like, yeah, there's more here, but I want us to be able to work on our own stuff too. And I think what they're learning is that the licensing money that they're paying for these access to this is just really undercutting them. It's what Sony has learned with Marvel and Spider-Man, and what they're going to learn with Wolverine and all the rest, is that these games will do very well and make you money, but it's cutting into your profits. And wouldn't it be better for machine games to make Wolfenstein? I mean, that to me is obvious. Yeah. Of course it is. So I hope that this is cool. This is a cool experiment. I'm glad people like it. It's here. I think it's done pretty well on PlayStation. It's probably sold hundreds of thousands of copies. So that's cool. And I'm sure Microsoft's happy with that. But I am a little underwhelmed, but I'm going to stick with it and see where it goes. I love Indiana Jones. It's important to note, and Brad and I got into this quite deeply, is like, I love Indiana Jones, the character. He was shouldn't be a huge surprise. I was a history dork. He was the fucking coolest thing ever. And Dagan tells stories because Dagan was a kid when Indiana Jones came out in 1981. He was in, what would he have been in, like third grade or something? He's like, archaeology became cool. There was like an archaeology club and a history club and all these things cropped up because of Indiana Jones in the 80s. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of got the tail end of that because The Last Crusade came out when I was a kid, when I was in elementary school. And then I got the VHSs, and then I got the DVD box set and all the rest. And I love young Indiana Jones. So I'm very predisposed to loving Indiana Jones. That I didn't love the fourth movie, which I didn't. I think the fourth movie sucks. And I never even saw the fifth movie because I was like, eh. But those three movies and young Indiana Jones, that's like my pocket. That this takes place, let's see, Temple is a prequel, right? So
yeah, it takes place in between Raiders and Last Crusade.
Last Crusade, right? So 37, I want to say.
Yeah.
So it's
something
pretty
like
cool. So yeah, I'm not trying to beat up on it. I'm predisposed to like machine games. I'm predisposed to like Indiana Jones. There's just something missing from keeping this game for now for me for something that's really very compelling. I'm surprised by that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. And then the last thing I'm playing is Lunar Silver Star Story via the Lunar Remastered collection. This is very traditional role-playing games, very nostalgic. Did I talk about them last week? Do you remember? I don't know if I did. I don't think I
don't
did.
know if they might have just come out.
Yeah, I don't think I did. So I can get into this a little bit. Lunar, of course, Silver Star Story and Eternal Blue were Sega CD games. That Lunar Silver Star Story, in any case, was ported to Saturn and Japan and all the rest. But ultimately, in the West, most people enjoyed it on PS1 in the spring, summer of 1999. Lunar Silver Star Story Complete came to PS1, and then Eternal Blue came out the next summer. Those are the only two core Lunar games that anyone really cares about. And they've both been revisited multiple times. There's some Lunar spin-offs that never came out here. But these are really the two core Lunar games. And they're very deeply nostalgic for me, especially Silver Star Story. And going back to it has been really fun. It's, again, very traditional. There haven't been a lot of updates. One of the things I was surprised about, you can play the original version, which is highly compressed and kind of fucked up, or you can play the remastered versions. You can send the saves between the two, so you can bounce between them, but you can't do a seamless Halo Master Chief Collection style thing, which is confusing, actually. And and I think we've been, for those who like old games like me, people like me have been spoiled with Capcom's work, Konami's work, and so on, and some of these others, Digital Extremes, and anyone else who's putting these products out, where there's museum content and making of content and artwork and a bestiary and all these different things. It's really cool. Even really rudimentary shit like what the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters are, still has a soundtrack mode, still has art of all of the characters and all the monsters. And this really has nothing. It's actually kind of shocking. It's just the games. And I'm a little surprised by that because, of course, Lunar Silver Star Story, and Brad and I were trying to really remember this, is like one of the first, if not really the first, true console special edition release of a game where there was like a lot of shit that you got if you special ordered it. And that wasn't a thing. We were saying you used to get t-shirts for pre-ordering games. And that was awesome. I have my Final Fantasy VII shirt still. I got my Ocarina of Time shirt still. It's good stuff. But then you started getting like accoutrements. And now we've come to where we're getting the $250 Ghost of Yotei special edition. So there's just a lot of memory wrapped into this game, and it's also a really charming and cute game, full of tropes. It's incredibly anime inspired. In fact, the game, what was cool about the game, especially running on CD, and why it was such a big deal on Sega CD, and why cartridges couldn't do it, because the game looks like an SNES or a Genesis game, straight up. But there are anime cutscenes, and there are like an hour of them spliced through the game. So sometimes you get like 10 seconds or 20 seconds. And it's always like a big moment. And that was a big deal. And watching them is so nostalgic and brings me back. Yeah. I remember with all of the games that I've played and all the games I bought and experienced, whatever, I really, really remember this game. I don't know what it is about it, but it's been nice to go back to it. But yeah, I'm surprised by the lack of accoutrements. And again, to touch the original kind of on like the PS1 port that's on disc or in the package, if you download get the downloadable version like I did, the anime cutscenes are so compressed that I couldn't even believe it, where I was like, there's no way it looked like this. And I went and looked it up, like a long play, and I was like, yeah, it looks great, it looks fine. Like, what the fuck happened? There's like something weird about that. I don't even know. I have no idea why you'd want to play that version personally, because they've really not done very much to it otherwise. They made it widescreen in the remastered version. They've messed around with some of the item stuff. The item sequence, I think, in this game used to be more like Dragon Quest games where you'd have to attach items to players. You know what I'm talking about? Like a character, to use an herb, a character has to have the herb on them. You don't just have like a bag. They've like remastered it so that you just have like an item bag now.
They didn't do that in the Suikoden remaster. Each character has their own.
Yeah, I kind of hate
inventory.
that shit. Again, it's gamey, which I appreciate, but it's not really what I'm in for, you know? So Yeah, if you're into Japanese role-playing games, especially the history of them and like the important touchstones, yes, absolutely, you should buy this. If you're not into that, no, there's no reason for you to look at this at all. But you should be highly recommended. And really now we're not missing very many, excuse me, I have the hiccups, key role-playing game series. Breath of Fire is really the major one at this point that I feel like I wonder if Capcom's ever going to do anything with it. They just kind of abandoned it. So as we get like the Persona re-releases, Final Fantasy Pixel Remastered, old Dragon Quest games are coming back. Tales games are starting to get re-released. You have all of the Trail stuff, like old Japanese only Trail stuff coming over, like everything. Square Enix is publishing fucking Romancing Saga and, you know, all of the Mana games and everything. And it's like, really, it's kind of crazy. We're like Wild Arms is now all three, you know, the three first Wild Arms games are out there. I was looking like Arc the Lad is out there. Grandia can be played. It's really like Breath of Fire, Parasite Eve, like certain things are still missing, but it's pretty fucking crazy. And the Tales games are just going to keep coming, I assume. And they're eventually going to get to Fantasia and Destiny and all the old stuff. It's going to be great. So anyway, shout out to Lunar. In the meantime, Gung Ho acted as the publisher. Of course, Game Arts is the original developer of the game. And I was telling Brad, too, this is a little bit of an aside, but I find Game Arts such an interesting company because they still exist. They still have like updated websites. The websites for like the Lunar PSP ports from 2007 are still live and like totally functional. All their websites are in Japanese and English. They still release press releases. They just celebrated their 40th anniversary, but have not released a new game since Dokuro on Vita in 2012. They basically just deal with like Grandia, and which they've re-released, and then now Lunar through Gung Ho. I don't really know what else is in the works for them, but I find that fascinating. They're just like a holding company, I guess. That's it. That's all I have. Let's get into listener inquiries and wrap this thing up. I have to pack. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. You've heard your inquiries sprinkled throughout the show already, of course. But this is 6. These represent 6 more that I wanted to get into. We'll start with Steve Carley. It says, "Hey Kings, how is it 2025? How is it in 2025? People still don't understand that the anti-woke Twitter weirdos are just doing it for engagement money. When Grums, etc., rant about anti-woke and DEI and all that crap, they very obviously are just baiting people for responding to them to give them engagement for easy payout money. If anybody wants these losers to stop, all they have to do is simply not engage with their rage bait, but they simply can't help themselves and feel like they're dunking on them when in reality, all it does is make them more money. Why wouldn't they keep that going? No press is bad press. People want to complain about this stuff, but they ignore the very obvious solution in front of their faces. When will they learn? Love you all. Thanks for letting me rant." I wanted to bring this up for one reason, because I know people are kind of tired of the culture war stuff recently, and I am too. But there's a really important point here, in my opinion, that I wanted to bring up. Because you have the right solution, Steve Carley, but you have not diagnosed the issue, in my opinion. The sad thing about the rage bait kind of thing is that, at least on X, Twitter, people don't make that much money. That's what makes it fucking crazy. That's the crazy part, is that you're not really making that much money driving this rage bait. The reason I know this more than ever is because I remember, it's been a while now, but last year I was trying to post a lot on X to see if we could make money on it. And I was posting like videos and clips and everything. And some of them would do well. Some of them wouldn't. Some of them would go really viral. Some of them would get ignored. But we were doing like a lot of traffic. I was up like thousands of percent. You know, there's like a dashboard. It's like thousands of percent up. Like crazy amount. And then like the Concord stuff and all the rest I was doing really well. I've made like $100 doing that. Like really consistently trying to engage, not bait people, but have things that people would respond to or retweet or whatever. It changed my entire perspective on this argument, this conversation, because actually the crazy thing is a lot of these people do it for the love of the game. And that makes them scarier in some sense, because it's actually, for all of the people on YouTube that do make a lot of money, that's where you can make money, right? You
Yeah.
stream and you do super chats and you get ad revenue. When you see people on social media, I wouldn't overestimate the amount of money they're making doing that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And I'll tell you that all of those people don't make anywhere near enough money to be selling their souls to this extent in some sense. So you have the right diagnosis, in my opinion, Steve, which is to just kind of ignore them. That was goes back to my soliloquy about Gamergate, when behind the scenes at IGN, I was the guy saying, like, just ignore them. Like, don't even do anything. And everyone's like, no, we got to do all of these things. And I'm like, you're just feeding it. You're just feeding the outrage. And then it happened again, and it happens constantly. But I don't know if it's money more than it's attention. And again, like the love of the insanity. I know a lot of people, the academic, the psychologist, Jordan Peterson, Canadian guy, a lot of people don't like him. I think he's pretty interesting. I don't know everything about him, though. I've not heard everything he said, but he gave an interesting interview on Rogan recently where he was talking about, in this case, I think he was talking about like the right wing in politics. And he was saying, like, you got to kind of guard your movement against, and he was using psychological terms that I don't really know, like cluster B, whatever, like psychopaths or whatever,
Sure.
like kind of, sociopaths and whatever. And it's like, yeah, that's, you got to guard against them because they don't really believe anything. They're in it because it works or it's moving some sort of nebulous needle. And I thought that was really interesting insight into our own space, where on the periphery, you just have bad actors that are there, like that are just chaos agents, and they don't really get much out of it at all, other than, as I've said, the love of the game. And yeah, so go ahead, Chris.
Well, I think values in the eye of the beholder, right? Like for somebody who's doing this, I don't think it's for the love of the game for really any of these people. I think what it is they value different things. And so like some people might value money. Some people might value attention. I think attention is a big thing. But I think a lot of it too is just to know, I mean, for lack of a better, just to put it in like a more generalized kind of chart or whatever, the opinion that is being parroted or promoted by the Grumses and the Ian Miles Chongs and all those people kind of they align loosely, if not explicitly, with people who are currently very powerful. And and these people follow each other also. Like the fact that Elon Musk follows Ian Miles Chong is insane to me. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you get out of that. But he gets a lot out of it. He gets to say, oh my God, I have a direct line of communication with the richest man in the world. You know what I mean? And I think that it's not money, but to the ego, that is food. Like you would not believe, I bet. And so I think a lot of it is that too. It's like it's feeding of an ego where it's like, oh, look at all these. I have an opinion about everything every single day, and it happens to align with people who I want to know. Like I want to be in that company. And there are some people who are definitely that pathetic. Like absolutely. That's the person I just named is one of them. It's just like, it's insane.
Yeah.
I think he flashbanged a dog too, which is wild. But like, I'm not even joking about that. I'm not joking at all. So
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think I think it's that. Because I remember like when I felt that a little bit. Like I remember when Notch, the creator of Minecraft, signed up to my Patreon. I remember being like, whoa, that's fucking crazy. Like there's like a validation there that is kind of insane. And I think like it took me like a couple months to be like, no, I don't know if this really matters. Just a guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But that's intoxicating to some people. And I think some people can't handle that, and some people can, and some people don't care, and some people care immensely to the point where it makes up their entire personality. Dude, like the Elon reply people, right? Where it's like they're always there. And it's one thing to like or think these people are interesting, and it's another thing to just be in their fucking shit all the time and just under everything. It's like, that's such a good point.
I hate reply guys, man. I hate it. I hate that kind of shit.
The reply people are the worst.
I don't even like it. I got to be honest with you. I don't really have it anymore because I don't really post anymore. And I've probably alienated most of my reply guys at this point, but some of them who are fans, but I'm like, I just don't I don't understand this. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Everything I say, like anything I say
Yeah, positively, negatively, it's all like just weird. It's like obsessive behavior to me, and it just like strikes me as like you're off kilter, dude. Like you're an off kilter person,
right? And then it's either then you either come into that, or you're just using me for your own, to like piggyback off me and get attention that way. And either way, it doesn't strike me as right. I think we're actually somewhat saying similar things, actually, which is maybe I'm being a little nebulous in the love of the game thing, where it's like it's working. Like whatever works, whatever gets you within the gravitational pull of power or renown. And this is what I was kind of lamenting earlier in the show, is like it kind of bums me out that it really does bum me out, actually, that people have co-opted useful and interesting things to talk about, where they are toxified, and you are just, by like we said earlier, type A, type B, type 1, type 2. It's like even bringing that up, which is a completely rational thing and interesting thing to talk about. It's like, well, it's kind of aligned with them, and
it's all tainted.
Right. It kind of sucks. I hate it, actually, because I really do want to talk about things from not a neutral standpoint. I have strong opinions, but from a fair-minded, open-minded viewpoint. And that's what I think people dunk on these guys the most about, reasonably so, is just trying to fit everything into their ideology. When Assassin's Creed didn't announce sales numbers, but game player numbers, it's like, well, the game failed. When, Avowed or South of Midnight doesn't do very well, and even though it's on Game Pass, it's like, well, it failed because it's woke or whatever. And I'm like, I just don't know, man. I hate this shit. I really am on my last leg with it, actually, in some sense, because I'm sick of, on one case, beating around the bush because I can't feel like I can talk about certain things, because let's be honest. I mean, there are people in all audiences too that are simply not mature enough to hear these conversations either. And so you get it from many different sides, but I don't want to pull punches because I don't want to be aligned with some things those people believe or think about. But I also don't want to be a platform for the insidiousness of a lot of it too, because I don't think they're talking about it from the same angle I am, or other people are too. So I've become a little gun shy, but I do recognize that I don't want to be like them. I'm not like them. So
yeah, exactly. And I don't know. It is frustrating to just not be able to talk about certain, or not. You can, I guess, ultimately, but
I
just
guess I can say whatever. To feel like
there's even to feel like there's even any kind of like weird, and even just like I remember like a conversation we had several episodes ago now, but like about the trend of making characters more realistic as opposed to more fantastical and more quote unquote attractive or whatever. There's like an interesting conversation to have there about like the skill of certain developers to model, or the skill of developers to capture these things, or like the creative decision choice, or like what is rooted in that. Is it like, do we want to showcase more normal people? Like what is it? That's an interesting conversation to have, but then it just kind of devolves into like, I don't know, either severe gooner behavior, where it's just like they don't like the First Descendant or something.
Right.
Yeah,
they
finally. And it's just like, and now no one's playing that game because, of course, there's no meat on it. There's meat on the characters.
This is actually one of the things. It's funny. I'm trying to set up a conversation with Marek Tominsky, who is the CEO of CI Games, the studio that does Lords of the Fallen.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And one of the things I want to talk to him about is that they seem to have kind of interestingly threaded the needle, where they get into the culture war a little bit and they kind of placate that group of players, but they kind of walk the tightrope of not really being in there. And I want to ask him about all that, because I do think it's wise to play to a certain base, but you have to it's not like plausible deniability, but you want to be wary of not alienating anyone. It's really important to me. Like I don't want to alienate people because I'm not trying to alienate people. But there are people that just want to alienate you and are trying to alienate you. And those are the kinds of people I think we could do better to ignore.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. So going back to Steve's inquiry, it's like, it's not that you're wrong. I just wanted to bring up the money situation specifically because I think people are vastly overestimating this for the most part. And that makes it crazier. That's all I want. That's all I wanted. It actually makes it crazier than you think. because if they were doing it for money, that's almost the most rational thing you can imagine. But
Yeah.
we make way more, money doing this show in an honest way than most, if not almost all of those people are making talking on Twitter.
Yeah.
So don't get crazy with it.
To be fair, some of them do have dual kind of, they're on Twitter and they're also streaming and doing YouTube. So it is just kind of like an extension of that. But like there are some people who just don't have any presence outside of that, who are just, that's their entire thing. And they're not making anything.
And Grums is one of those people. And I've said before, I would love to have him on the show, like 100%. I simply do not believe that he plays games. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Maybe he like tinkers here and there with something or like, but he's not an enthusiast. There's no way. It's too much outrage. To not be able to find anything you like or very little you like just means that you don't really like anything.
Yeah. And to the extent that you do like anything, to focus it all on stuff that you perceive as promoting politics or like some kind of worldview that you approve of is very strange.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think it's weird to limit yourself to that kind of stuff. If I limited my entire like what I liked in video games to things that like projected my exact worldview, I don't even know how much. I don't even know how many games there would even be.
Right.
But
I also just think people are hamstrung. You're right. Like The Last of Us Part 2 is a good example with like the trans ideology and all of the rest leading up to it, where people kind of misinterpreting what Abby is and then discovering what Lev is and all of the rest. And then people having a problem. It's like, well, there's some more conservative minded or socially conservative minded people are like, have a problem with trans people or whatever. And then it's like, dude, you're having a problem with them doesn't stop their inclusion in games and fiction and the world and all of the rest. And you also enjoying a product that has something you might not necessarily like or appreciate or agree with doesn't endorse it. Like, what is wrong with everybody? It just doesn't make any sense. It would be the same as saying like, I can't enjoy this horror film or this like thriller because of the bad guys are evil. It's like, it doesn't mean you're evil. And it's like, just enjoy things for what they are and take the diversity of the experiences and the casts of characters and all the different people and just it's a slice of life. I don't know, man. It's a bummer.
Yeah. I think I agree with Steve just in that I've been going in when I see, I've had Grum's not blocked, but muted for I don't know how long. So the only time I see his stuff is when someone else is reacting to it or screenshotting it or whatever. And I think that overall doing that with people that I'm not saying to mute anybody you disagree with, but when I see an obvious Console Warrior Twitter account, they're getting the mute as fast as possible because, quite frankly, and I don't say this from any point of ego, but we're not talking on the same level here in terms of commentating on games. And I see we talked about my tweet about Oblivion and Expedition 33 earlier. And it's like, dude, people reacted to that, calling me an asshole and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, man, I get what you're saying, Colin, where it's like you get that reaction from such a mild thing to say. It almost does make you want to reel back a little bit. You're like, man, this is crazy. I think it's important, though, not only for us and other creators, but also for the audience, that it's like if we want the conversation to be a same way or to be a certain way, we have to continue engaging at a level that we think is right. Because if we just remove ourselves, then that means it's just going to keep going down. So I think it's important to discuss the games industry or whatever at a level that we think is fair, and continue to analyze whether it means it makes one company look bad or whatever. Just because, I don't know, that we're analysts at the end of the day to some degree, or commentators, and it's like, I'm just going to keep saying what I think. I'm going to try to be fair. Obviously, there's going to be bias in certain things, and you can think I'm an asshole for saying that Microsoft's marketing plan doesn't make sense, but it's not going to stop me from continually trying to have this level of commentary and be, somewhat respectful about it. I'm sure there's plenty of jokes along the way too, but I'm never going to try to come off as disingenuous or remove myself just because, like I said, we got to slowly try to be the change we want to see. And with that, mute these fucking people that are, have very little understanding about how things actually work.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I must say I was, to use the term gun shy again, like I become more gun shy about even trying to reach out to certain people, or because like when I had Stuttering Craig on Sacred Symbols Plus, and the reaction to that really showed me that I'm like, the audience, there's a fundamental part of the audience that is fundamentally misunderstood the intention of these things, in terms of endorsement and agreement or disagreement or whatever. The reaction to that, I was like, yeah, I'm confused by this because I don't understand why you don't understand that I want to just have conversations and not necessarily endorse anyone's viewpoints. But I've tried to take that on board, and I think it's going to lead to a thinner group of people that I want to reach out to, but I just don't want to deal with that again. So
yeah.
The Last of Us wrote in, said, greetings, sacred succulents. I'm having major issues keeping up with all the incredible games that seem to be releasing nonstop, and I'm most definitely drowning in decision paralysis. Oblivion Remastered, Claire Obscura, Doom, Ghost of Yotei, the list goes on, and I've put myself under major stress in the past by trying to play everything everywhere all at once. How are you all managing with the onslaught of games this year? 2025 is shaping up to be a real one to contend with, and I am doing my best to narrow my focus and see each game through to completion one by one, enjoying the experiences to the fullest and trying to put the next in line release out of mind until I have the bandwidth. I appreciate you all at LSM. I hope you are all extremely proud of what you have built here, and never forget, where are the games?
Where are the games?
Where are the games? So it does seem like it's an overwhelming year. I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone because it's just the permutation of games that I'm really interested in. I think there have been years with games or big games that have come out, like when Baldur's Gate came out and all this sort of stuff. I don't care. But that game spoke to a lot of people. So for Colin Moriarty, like specifically, there's a real line, like a chain of games coming out that is pretty impressive. And you're asking, like, with all these games, like, what do you do? It's like, you have to understand you can't play it all. I'm a full-time person in this industry and play a shit ton of games, and I can't keep up with all of it. I don't know how anyone with a real life and normal responsibilities and a family and whatever, you're not going to. But I will say the games that you lined up. So if you can just Oblivion, it's like, all right, you don't need to play Oblivion because it's old. You can play it anytime. But you list Claire Obscura, Doom, and Ghost of Yotei. I mean, you have plenty of time to play all three of those. You should have Claire Obscura's out now, and you'll have, a month until Doom, and then you'll have, or is it like 3 weeks, and then Ghost of Yotei in October? I mean, you should be able to keep up with that. But you have to start letting things go. And I really, to each their own, I just think the backlog thing is a mistake. I said it last week, I'll say it again this week. You're living by like some sort of arbitrary rule set. Just play what you want to play, how you want to play it. If you're like me and you want to be a completionist and see things through, and it sounds like you do, then do that. But I wouldn't be afraid of just bouncing off of things as well. And the beauty of this, as we've said over and over again, is that by kind of bypassing Oblivion now, what's stopping you from getting it for $20 later this year or something like that too? So there's like an upside. How are you guys managing, Dustin?
I think you really just got to lock in and ignore your friends and family, and dedicate your life to gaming. Become a capital G gamer. That's first and foremost. Secondly, it's tough. I have the problem where I mentioned this earlier. I'm overly obsessed with what's new and exciting. Shiny new toy comes out. I want to play it right now. I did have that thought when I bought Oblivion. I was like, oh no, Claire Obscura is coming out later this week, and I'm also going to be playing that. I find that I can usually comfortably juggle two bigger games at once. Because sometimes you're not in the mood for one and you can kind of jump between them. Any more than that, though, is where it gets risky. That was why we were talking about blueprints earlier, and that last challenge I wanted to complete. I told Holly, I was like, we are doing this tonight because I cannot, if we don't do it in the next 2 days, it's over. Like, I'm probably not going to be able to come back to this for a while. So there is some level of picking and choosing, and also knowing yourself. Not everyone can juggle multiple games. Some people can juggle like 4 games at once. That's crazy to me. But you do you, and as Colin said, it's okay to wait, get a game on sale later. You don't necessarily have to play it now. So do as I say and not as I do.
Chris, you're a little more loosey-goosey with it all. I think you have the better idea of it, to be honest.
Well, I think the reason that I engage with games in the first place is literally just purely for their interactivity. And a good story will always, like, I'm really excited for Clair Obscur for the story. I've heard nothing but good things about it. But the gameplay also looks fucking sick. I'm really excited to play that. But like, I'm pretty comfortable, playing a really hefty amount of a game and kind of deciding like, okay, this is all I'm really going to get out of this. Assassin's Creed Shadows was one of those where like I played that game I ended up around like 30-ish hours with Assassin's Creed Shadows. And I liked it just fine, but I knew that really the only thing left during that game was like the progressing some skill trees that I wasn't using and a bunch of grinding and then seeing where the story goes. And for me, I don't know. I don't really care where the story goes in Assassin's Creed. I'm more than comfortable just being like, I've seen enough of this. Far Cry is something similar. Like I play Far Cry for the gunplay and like, running around and making crazy explosions. And at a certain point, I've seen enough explosions. I'm perfectly happy putting this down. I don't lock myself in to, I mean, if I was reviewing stuff, it would be different, obviously. But just as like somebody who likes to play games and play them deeply, and it's really of no concern to me if I I think we had this conversation in another episode too, where we were talking about like who knows a game, like who knows Skyrim better, somebody who beat the main quest in 20 hours or somebody who's played all of it thoroughly without playing that last mission, but who's played it for like 200 hours. Like obviously the person who's played it more, I think, knows more about it. Whether or not they qualify for a review is different. That's a different conversation. But I don't know. I just like to get a feel for how games play. And if it hooks me, then it does. And if it can't hook me to the end, I kind of view that as both a problem with me and a problem with the game. It means it's not doing enough for me. And I've accepted that. There's a lot of games that do enough, and there's a lot of games that don't. So there's a lot of great games that don't. But like, it is what it is at that point. And I also play a lot of multiplayer stuff, so like there's an inherent kind of lenientness to that because you can't really beat those. But like Ninja Gaiden Black, I remember putting that down at a point where I was like, you know what? I think I've seen enough here. I'm happy with where I'm going to leave this off. And then something in my head was nagging me, where it's just like, oh, but I've only got 3 more chapters. I might as well finish this off. And I went to finish it, and I really didn't like those last 3 chapters. I was like totally right. Like my instinct was like, this is where the game. This is as much as I need, as much as I need from this. And I was totally on point. And Onimusha, I beat the whole thing. Obviously, that's a really quick game, but like that kept me going. And I finished it, and I was like, wow, that's great. It's so good that I want more. As opposed to a lot of games now, which I just kind of feel like, for me, my personal taste, they just overstay their welcome to the point where like when they're done, I'm relieved instead of, eager to play more of it. And I don't like that feeling of completing something and then receiving this like negative stimulus of like, oh, I finished it. And now that's like a task off my shoulders, as opposed to like, wow, I really want more of that. I'm excited for the next thing. I don't know. It's just my personal thing.
I get it. I think people need to absorb things the way they want to. It's too much pressure. It's supposed to be fun, or at least interesting, engaging.
Yeah,
don't stress yourself
out. It's nice too when like a game just surprises you, like a game you think you won't finish ends up being something that you will. Like that was Death Stranding for me. Mafia 1 was another one where I was just like, I don't know if I'm gonna like Mafia 1 at all. I ended up loving it. Death Stranding as well. And so I think it leaves room to be surprised by what can pull you all the way to the end. And that's a mark of a great game, I think.
Lil Renler wrote in, this is for you and me, Dustin. It says, hello, CDC. This week, a few games are dropping that I'm excited for, but one seems to be getting overlooked. The 100-line Last Defense Academy. IGN didn't even review the game. As a big fan of Danganronpa, I am very excited for this. Do you think the reason behind the missing hype is that it is only on Switch and PC? If they do a PlayStation and Xbox release in the future, do you think more people will check it out? Thanks for all you do. Yeah, I'm a little confused why this isn't on PlayStation for one major reason, which is that the publisher is Aniplex, which is a company Sony owns. So that they're skipping PlayStation really is quite befuddling. But the 100-line Last Defense Academy is a game by 2Q Games, co-developed by MediaVision, the studio behind Wild Arms, actually. But the reason that it's notable is that because Kazutaka Kodaka is the director and writer of it, and he, of course, is the writer, designer, and creator of Danganronpa. This game looks super cool, actually. It's a Danganronpa style school game, but it's a turn-based role-playing game too. Or I'm sorry, like a grid-based strategy role-playing game, turn-based. It came out the day we're recording this. It comes to Switch and PC. It looks really cool. Again, I am befuddled by the lack of a PlayStation port. I don't know why people aren't talking about it otherwise. I wouldn't really see much chatter about it because I'm not in those Nintendo and PC spaces, but when it comes to PlayStation, I'm sure I'll be more interested in giving it a go. It's being published in the West on Switch by Xseed, and they obviously publish a lot on PlayStation. So maybe it'll come over at some point. I imagine it will. But yeah, that's the reason. Have you seen anything about this, Dustin? This is right up your alley, obviously.
I've actually played some of the opening of the demo. Apparently, it's a very generous demo. And I liked what I played so far, but this is what I was saying earlier about I can't juggle too many games at once. Kind of want to just see what it was about. I would imagine, I don't know, different publisher, but 2Kyo Games also released that Master Detective Archives Raincode game that originally was, I think, Switch only. And then about a year later, it did come to PlayStation 5. And I'm trying to remember if I could maybe look it up, but I saw a quote that something that like basically the entire studio hinges on this game. And they like borrowed a lot of money to make this game. If it's not successful, that things are not going to be so good for them. Unfortunately, it seems like based on the lack of enthusiasm around it, that they might have some problems ahead, but we'll have to see. I wonder if this game, initially when I saw this game, I thought it was a sequel to Raincode. And I thought, oh no, well, I haven't played that game, so I guess I'm out. But then realized like, oh no, this is something completely different. So I'm interested, obviously love Danganronpa, and this seems more like Danganronpa than Raincode was. So I want to check it out. I really do wish it was on PlayStation. I was playing the demo on Steam Deck, plugged into my the dock to play it on my TV. It's like, man, it would be nice to just have this on PlayStation. So I think that is probably a big factor. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because it's so Japanese market focused, where Switch is kind of their, if they really are struggling financially and you can only choose so many places to put it, then PC and Switch would be the obvious choices for that market. So I do want to check it out. It's just really, really bad timing with other games right now.
Zach Wishnuff wrote in and said, gentlemen, which existing IP do you think would best benefit from the Supermassive and Quantic Dream choose your own adventure format? I personally think that A Nightmare on Elm Street would be a perfect candidate. You could get much more creative with the kills in a video game versus what's possible in a film. Plus, I think the horror translates well to the format. What do you guys think? I am a lover of the Stephen King short story, as I've said many, many times, because I reference it quite often. It was in Stephen King's 1978 short story collection, Night Shift, which I was introduced to in high school. And there is a story in there called Children of the Corn that was made into a 1984, famous horror film. And it's about a town. It's like, I think the guy's like a doctor or something, but it's like him and his girlfriend or his fiance are like driving across country for a job, and they get run out of gas in like some Midwestern town. I think they're in like Nebraska or something, hence the name. And they kind of pull over and go to a gas station, and they basically what the story is about, like how this town has, all the adults in this town have been killed by the children who worship these two kids, like these two older kids, and they have like a cult, and about how the people have to escape this town and get back on the road and find help or whatever. And that would be fucking sick. If basically you were driving in, and then everything that happened from the moment you arrived in town would be Quantic Dream-esque, Supermassive-esque. I would really, really love that. I am a huge fan of Children of the Corn. I love the whole idea. I think it's fucking really frightening. And the film is surprisingly good, in my opinion. There are many sequels that are not good, but there is this first movie. So that's what comes to mind. Anything for you guys?
My first thought was Blade Runner, having an adventure game. Well, I guess there is the point and click old Blade Runner game, but something more in the line with like an Until Dawn or whatever. I think that would be really cool. I love that world. Blade Runner 2049, I think, is like one of the best movies ever made, ever, better than the original. So something like that would be cool. And I just saw, I don't have all the details, but Insider Gaming reported that there was, actually, maybe this was subconscious. I didn't realize this was this close. Until Dawn developer reportedly cancels Blade Runner game set for PlayStation 6.
Oh yeah.
So,
I saw that news actually this week. That's funny. I didn't even think of that.
Okay, so maybe I thought that was an original idea, but I must have read that and then forgot and then have remembered. But either way, that would have been really cool. I'm looking at a Eurogamer article summarizing what this canceled game was, and it says the philosophical themes of Blade Runner with kinetic action adventure gameplay. I don't know if I need action adventure gameplay, but something that was more storytelling would be cool. So fortunately that's canceled. So we'll never get anything like that.
Anything for you, Chris?
I don't know. I think the first thing that came to mind, and I thought more about it, and I couldn't think of anything else, but I would, Cabin in the Woods is one of those movies that I really, really like because it's so like, it's like a horror movie, but it's like a joke kind of. And I feel like a game that's set in that kind of format, like a Quantic Dream game that leans into not necessarily like a Naked Gun type comedy, but leans into comedy at all, I think would be interesting, just because it would be new and that kind of format is not explored really all that often.
That would be cool. That's actually a really nice idea.
Comedy in general is like very not. It's really weird that there's no real comedy games really.
No, very few games make me laugh. Like that was what was so fun about the South Park games to me, where they really were funny.
Yeah, the South Park. There's parts of Indiana Jones that made me laugh too, but it's usually just like there might be something, like one little thing, but there's no like Eat Lead: The Return of Mad Hazard anymore. They don't make those.
No, not at all. Horse the patron wrote in and said, "Hi everybody. A while back, I backed a crowdfunded project for a compendium of electronic gaming monthly (EGM). My favorite gaming mag as a kid in the 90s. This project triggered all the nostalgia in me. One of the things it comes with is access to an online archive of every issue of EGM ever printed and nearly completely indexed with links to everything. For example, illustrious actress Anna Nicole Smith is mentioned in the history of EGM just once. David Jaffe, however, is mentioned over 40 times, and when looking him up, I'm able to see what type of feature he is mentioned in an interview or an article, etc., and it gives me a link to the exact issue and page of the mention. Review scores, coverage by game or series, almost everything that could have been indexed is with links to everything. I've had so much fun with the archive and reliving my favorite period of games journalism. The ads were so good and unnecessarily fun back then. But right now, it is just limited to backers. What a wonderful example of games journalism industry preservation as well, and hopefully is opened up to a wider audience in the future. Sorry for the long comment, but my question is this. What, if anything, would you personally want a similarly nearly perfectly indexed archive of? I appreciate all the work you guys do. May you never pee against the wind." It's interesting you write in about this, Horse the Patron, because it was recently announced that there is a consortium in Japan that between companies, I think it's like Capcom, Konami, Bandai, a few others that have agreed to basically make their archives accessible, and they're working in their individual ways to save all of their game design documents, original builds of games. I brought this up before, but Capcom has famously apparently lost the original copies of the Mega Man Game Boy games, which is why they've never been ported. Because they can't. I've never really understood why you need the original, but apparently you do need like the original source of all that stuff. And that's where actually a Game Boy. In Japan, the Mega Man games on Game Boy were called Mega Man World, and there was a collection for PlayStation 2 and GameCube that was announced and then never came out because they couldn't do it. So they're trying to work around that stuff and make sure that they have all those things, and I think that that's really important. And you saw that recently, I think, too, with I don't know what ended up happening with it actually, but Game Informer had an incredible physical games library going all the way back to the NES era with like a bunch of really bespoke shit in it. So it's awesome that EGM is being spidered. I'd love to see Nintendo Power properly spidered like that. There are Nintendo Power archives, but they're not legal. It would be cool for the companies to lean into this stuff. PSM would be another awesome one. EGM 2 would be an awesome one because that's the Game Help EGM complement. I loved that magazine. As a young guides writer, it was really fun. But really, like, getting the publishers and developers as these guys get older to start understanding what they're sitting on, it's like really important. And we have people focusing on the end product, the games, and chronicling the games and making sure they're there for future generations. But all the stuff that leads to the games, I think, are just as important. And so that's what I want to see preserved. And it would be awesome if in the future you could go to a Capcom library or a Konami library, like a physical building, nonetheless a website, and go through things and see things and have access to things. If you're a researcher or a writer, that's what I would want. Any thoughts, guys?
My initial thought was Nintendo Power, and you're right. I remember there was some story that Nintendo took them down.
Yeah, they go after people when they try to do it, as I understand. It's been many years people trying to get Nintendo Power stuff online.
I'm looking, maybe it's not complete, but I'm on Internet Archive, and there is dozens of Nintendo Power that are scanned on here. Some of them you can definitely tell are scanned old magazines, so having something official and in high quality would be really cool. But yeah, I wonder, you're mentioning like design documents or something like that. Like I think we've mentioned this a bunch of times. There's the video of, I think it's maybe Miyamoto and Koji Kondo or something, and they're like handling the design documents of the original Mario and stuff like that. Having a book of all of these design documents of old NES games or Nintendo games, something like that. Or even just seeing design documents of, any game, which a lot of those turn into art books and stuff like that. But some of the finer details of like gameplay and like early sketches, those are always super neat.
Anything for you, Chris?
Not anything that isn't already available, or I can't. I've never been like a someone to go into like the deep indexes of things. Like there's a handful of things, but a lot of information is already kind of widely available. That I think the first thing that I thought of was more like nebulous and kind of impossible, which is like I would love an index of my own life. You know what I mean? Like just
that would be nice
because there's, realistically speaking, I really don't remember like the overwhelming majority of my own experiences.
Yeah, naturally.
You know what I mean? And so it would just be kind of cool to be like, oh, when did that happen? Okay, I could look it up. That's a fantasy answer, honestly. But he said, what if anything? And that's really the only thing that I can think of, because it's the one thing that I can't truly have. It's just this encyclopedic knowledge of my own experience. But yeah, all the games that I want to know about, I feel like I almost know too much about them. Because like developers will come out and they'll say shit, and like years later they'll be like, "Yeah, this happened during this," and it's like, all right, well, keep the mystery. Maybe I like the mystery.
The final inquiry, I'll just go through this quick. I just thought it was funny. Andrew Osika wrote in and said, "Hello, Father, Son, and the Holy Dustin. Have any of the Sacred Boys seen that the Catholic Church is finally canonizing a patron saint of gamers? This is 100% real and not a Chris-like lie for laughs. His name was Carlo Acutis. He was due to be canonized this Sunday, April 27th, but due to the Pope's passing, has been delayed to a later date. He'll be the first canonized millennial and will be the patron saint of youth, computer programmers, and influencers. Just thought you guys should know so that the gamer battalion can finally have a true saint to rally behind. Go get some St. Carlo prayer candles and may his prayer grant you favorable RNG always." I went and looked this up when I got this letter because I was like, this is funny and interesting. IGN, actually, my old stomping grounds, wrote a story about it this past summer. The Catholic Church is about to canonize its first gamer saint. It says, quote, "Well, it was bound to happen eventually. The Catholic Church is preparing to canonize the first ever gamer saint. Earlier today, the Vatican announced it would canonize Carlo Acutis, an Italian teenager who will be the first millennial saint of the Catholic Church. Acutis died from leukemia in 2006 at the age of 15. He was born in 1991 in London and moved to Milan, Italy with his family not long after. He grew up in the Catholic faith, frequently volunteering with homeless individuals, cleaning up litter in his neighborhood, working at his local church, and otherwise performing acts of kindness. Alongside other hobbies and interests, Acutis apparently enjoyed video games and was known to play Halo, Mario, and Pokemon. His mother claims that while he purchased a PlayStation while he was 8, he limited himself to just 1 hour of gaming a week due to concerns about addiction. Acutis was adept with technology and has been referred to as God's influencer due to his work documenting various Catholic miracles on a website he designed. So that's true. It's completely true. And never heard of this, but happy to have him. God bless him.
1 hour a week? Fake gamer.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
Incredibly fake. But nonetheless, he's canonized, and that's great. Well, he was too busy at the soup kitchen to play Halo 2 or whatever. So
he was also waging a battle with leukemia. So
right. Of course.
But I don't. This is the weirdest thing I think. So I guess like in my mind, I haven't really thought that deeply about like sainthood or like what a saint even is. But like I feel like to even know, in my mind, I'll put it this way. In my mind, saints were like damn near ancient. You know what I mean? Or like older, like like figures within the history of like the church or whatever. The idea that you could have been at like a Dunkin' Donuts with a saint is like weird to me.
Yes.
Like I don't know if I understand it fully, but this is very funny.
There's a lot I don't understand about the Catholic Church, if I'm being honest. No disrespect.
Yeah.
They're doing some wild stuff.
Man. Yeah.
Don't give me that look. You culturally Catholic family, but you're not practicing.
No, I'm not practicing.
You don't have the right.
I didn't even get confirmed.
No, man. Yeah. I don't practice. I master. I've mastered Catholicism.
Who cares about the original strand of Christianity? It's no big deal. No, it's no big deal.
I don't know about that. Well, it's for another time.
St. Peter, it's no big deal. All right. Well, let's wrap it up. It's good to be here with you boys. I got to go now. I got to pack, get ready to go tomorrow. We did usually I'm always like a bastard for the fucking, like, I'm like, I got to go after the cheapest flights, the most inconvenient times. And this time I'm just like, no. Like, we're flying out at 1:30. We're leaving at 5:30 in the afternoon on Sunday. It's like, I'm not doing this anymore. I can't take it because it just stresses you the fuck out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I got to get up at 4. It's like, no thanks.
Not at all.
I got to get ready. All right, my boys, let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. What's up with you the rest of the day? Anything to report?
Well, it's Thursday. It's only 2:30. I think it's looking like a marathon day. I want to get as much time with this as possible while I got it. Hopefully at some point my real code comes in and I can just stream it for everybody. That would be nice.
That would be nice.
But that's we'll see. And hopefully these waves come in and more people get in. Dustin gets in, hopefully. Other people do as well. I just want to play with people. Like I don't know what that experience is like, and that's like a core of what this is. So I have a good feeling of like what it plays like and what to do, but like no way to really act on that knowledge, if that makes sense. So it's still frustrating, but I plan on playing a shit ton of it over the next few days, and that's looking like my weekend. I think a friend of mine is having a birthday this weekend too, but pretty light week, I think.
Dustin, goodbye.
Let's see. Goodbye. Nice fun time today. Tomorrow I'm seeing Until Dawn. So that'll be interesting. I'm seeing that it's a very mixed response.
Oh, I haven't even seen anything about it.
So it means I'll probably like it because my eclectic taste in movies, but we'll see. So I'm doing that this weekend. Hoping to get some time on Expedition 33, though my copy from Best Buy has not arrived yet, so a little annoyed by that. So we'll see. But other than that, I'll be playing Oblivion, hanging out, and not doing all-you-can-eat wings anytime soon. But I fully recovered, since even from the beginning of the show, I feel much better.
Did you fart a little bit during the show?
Surprisingly not.
Yeah.
I must have gotten that all out beforehand, but no.
Oh, boy. Okay, very good. Yeah, so Until Dawn. So that the movie's coming out. It'll be out the day that this publishes on Patreon. You're going to go see it. I'll see it next week, and we'll do a Sacred Symbols Plus episode about it probably for next week. Mike and I will go see it. And you should see if Jimmy Champagne wants to see it since he's a horror guy. Maybe he'll be on the show if he wants.
I mentioned that to him a few weeks ago, but I'll confirm with him when we get a time for recording.
Yeah.
I'll give him the heads up.
It's not a big deal. He's very welcome if he wants to join us. Okay, good. Well, it's good to be here with you guys. It's good to be here with all of you out there as well. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols and Last Stand Media. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access and all sorts of other accoutrements and special things just for our subscribers. About 13,000 of you over there now supporting us. We really appreciate you. Couldn't do it without you. LastStandMedia.store for merch. Check that out. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.